Still back in it. Still back in it. Hey guys. This is hot. This is hot. Hey all, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water. I have tea. How are you all? Sober Bobo, welcome. Come on, Themis, I'm waiting on you to begin sipping on kombucha. Themis, you little fruitcake devil. Hey everyone, grab your coffee, water, tea, period. What kind of tea? All right. So, how do I start? Oh, let me start on a story. Not a story, just a ribbon. I can't really get into this because I don't. The last time I had beef with Erica, it didn't turn out well because the whole internet stopped. And so I had to do a lot of apologies because um, that beef was that beef was not cooked. It was rare. So I don't want to start any other beef online. Um, I don't think I would be considered a part of left tube, and so for those who are going into left tube spaces, bringing me up, please don't. I know the left tube content creators. I'm definitely not right, obviously, but I'm not. I don't consider myself part of left tube. I want no parts of it. Um, so I just wanted to say that if it doesn't make sense to you, if that disclaimer doesn't make sense to you, it's fine. But I mean, I watch a lot of left tube, and my name has been getting brought up a lot in left tube spaces, and I don't like it. I don't like it because those people, um, they refuse to acknowledge agency and they will only care about the system. And I don't mind talking about the system. I'm just not going to do it publicly here unless I see a shift in the way that we talk about individual agency and what is happening in intra community wise. So intraracially, so to speak. So I think while I don't fully disagree, obviously, with people on LeftTube, um, I prioritize very different things that I want to talk about. Um, and I think systemic issues are important and should be talked about, and I've attempted, but I think it pales in comparison to the sort of agency conversation that wait, why am I nervous? Wait, I can hear my voice cracking. Like I'm not afraid of anyone. Um, I I'm really, I promise I'm not afraid of anyone. I think because my ideas are, I'm talking louder to like beef up. You know, when you shrink down in your voice, you can hear the cracks. I'm not about to do that. Um, I don't think it is useful. I won't use my platform in that way until I see a shift in the conversation online. I can't do it. I just will not. I will not do it. Um, and I know I won't do it because, like, I started out and people were trying to figure out if I was left or right or centrist or whatever. I remember when we were much smaller. People, a lot of like right wing people, white people came over and attempted to like convince me that systemic racism didn't exist. And then a lot of Black Lives Matter people came over and tell me that I shouldn't be so hard on the organization, even though I didn't know what they were doing with the money. So I do recognize that even from the inception, there was a kind of vagueness as to where I belong. Um, it is what it is. I don't care to define it. I want to be able to change my mind when I want to change my mind about anything that I want to change my mind about. I don't want to be held to principles that I no longer believe are true. And so I don't identify with any tube on YouTube, like any fresh tube, tube, in tube, out tube, right tube, up tube, down tube. I don't care. Um, and if you know me, you know I don't care about being in a part of a group. So that is that on that. That is how I'm going to go with this. And with that, let's start. I hate these beginnings because I think a lot of people like, I have no clue what you're saying. Get to the video. So I'll get to the video. All right. So before I came on, I was watching Yanni's stream, and there are a couple of things that I wanted to do today, but I've decided that I'm going to take it in part. First, I'm going to start with some mess. Then I'm going to go into a video of a man. I'm not sure if he's giving men advice or women advice, but we're going to look into that. And then we're going to watch a video with this woman who claimed she had 15 abortions, the last of which, most of them were because her boyfriend or fiance at the time wanted her to get an abortion. And I think it's an interesting video. It's coming, I'm not going to say which country, but I mean, you'll figure it out, out of continental Africa. So we're going to start with the mess. 15, yeah, someone said 15. It is 15. I think it's very interesting. So we'll get, look, we're not going to shame, we're going to shame this woman, because the one thing I know, let me stop. All right, let's watch this video first together.
It's Dimitri calling again, the guy from the street. I left you a message several days ago. I don't like leaving second messages, but I like you. You're a very elegant woman. You're very attractive, but I don't play that game. So here's how it's going to work. If I do not receive a phone call back from you by 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, I'm no longer interested. I'm very intelligent. I'm great in bed. I make great money. Believe it or not, I'm a complete catch. Matter of fact, I'm one of the few men in the city that has nothing wrong with him. Now, I understand if you've got other issues. I don't know, maybe you were abused in childhood. Maybe you're just a person who's extremely frightened or has an anxiety disorder. Maybe you're on some medication for that. I don't know. There could be another issue. If you're psychologically normal and you haven't called me because there's been some horrible thing that's happened in your life which prevented you, that's fine. Otherwise,
this man said there is nothing wrong with him, and he's the catch. And so, I mean, the manosphere talking point have essentially taken hold. I think they use a voice changer so you couldn't tell. Someone said, I saw this. All right. I'm not going to comment on this video, and the reason I'm not going to comment on this video is because this man had the audacity to leave that as a voice message. So now this woman has it forever to share, and I guarantee you that he would defend that if he had to like come out and speak. So you know me, I am reaching out. We're not going to speak negative of anyone. I'm reaching out to these people to hear their side of the story. Now, so I'm going to leave that alone. But before we move on to the video that we are going to talk about today, I wanted you guys to be aware that this weekend I have a kind of treat on Sunday. I won't set the time. If Prince Petty can do a video edit thing that he claims he's going to do, then we have a very, very special treat on Sunday regarding vetting and how to vet. And how to vet properly. So I'm very excited for this weekend if we can get it together. Like I'm kind of like super, super excited for what we're gonna do. It's gonna be a mess. It's going to be messy, and I'm very excited about the mess. All right. So before we get into it, yeah, before we get into this video, I wanted to go to some of the comments under the video that we're going to listen to, right? So you guys don't even have context for this, so I love it. This guy says, this might explain why I am 36 years old and never had a girlfriend. Not because I am some loser, but I'm a very peaceful, laid back person, and I find it difficult to be around women and children too. I feel like I were to lose my sanity if I were to get married or have a family. I even don't like being around my mother and sisters. I'm more happier. Period. You better be more happier. Anywho, grammar aside, I am more happier when I'm by myself, achieving my goals and smashing and dashing chicks. With that being said, someone said, wait, stop there. More happier took black men out of the home. Sorry. Y'all stop. This man is telling his truth. You can't be attacking the man for telling his truth. I am more happier when I'm by myself, achieving my goals and smashing and dashing chicks. With that being said, I do think it's important for men to seek out their natural counterparts for something more meaningful, though. Me personally, I just can't do it. I value my peace too much. All right. Here's the other one. I realized during the pandemic, or should I say, realized, re-realized. Period. These men are going to intellectualize. I'm here for it. You guys better become writers. That I love being alone to the point where I barely even hung out with my own friends. So adding a woman to the mix, taking up my time. Sorry. And hearing her complain that I'm not spending enough time with her is a definite no. I occasionally like to see them and have them in my company when I want some temporary companionship. But other than that, I'd rather not have them around. A lot of women are extremely basic and unambitious with no hobbies other than the usual things that women do. It's extremely rare to meet a woman nowadays that fit my standards. That's why I always say to practice semen retention or monk mode so guys can get accustomed to being alone and enjoying their own space so that you lose that dependence on having to be around women all the time. On point as always, coach. Oh, I'm gonna go to some more because before we even get to the video, I think the um let's do this one first. Um 99% of women are only left with these as leverage these days. Just like you should quit alcohol or drink less or any dangerous drug to focus more on what you value. You should quit reliance on for fun, and women lose all the power they have on you. So these men are complaining about women having too much control over them. To be honest, coach, is spitting nothing but facts. Being off the market for over a year and some change, the last 2 years have been some of the most financially beneficial years I've ever had during the pandemic. If anything, quarantine has taught me that we as modern men have gained all the comfort in the world to avoid modern dating and the financial needs of of financially irresponsible people. I want one more. I think this was it. I am so glad that I resonate with Coach Greg in terms of his way of thinking with the modern world and women. You have to understand our ways of thinking will not resonate with most men on this planet. They will think that it's too harsh. Men really don't have to leave their homes anymore to have entertainment. They can even order an escort to their living spot if they live by themselves, or even with a male roommate if they get down like that. It's the women who often forget that men can generally enjoy their own company. It's biological weakness. They have to always crave the company of others, no matter. Sorry, no matter who it may be. Yeah. I feel like these people are just trash. uh, all right, wait. I feel like we should get into. I feel like we should read the comments again. I love these. Like I've never loved I promise you, all day today I stopped the video and I was just in the comments. I'm not reacting to the comments in terms of like explaining anything. Just reading these, man, I noticed something. They all they all seem to be hurting. They are all hurting and they're mad. They're pissed because the truth is, if you actually believed any of this about wanting to be alone and not wanting a relationship, if you believe that, you would not be online talking about how to be with women and all of that, and dragging the modern woman. You wouldn't. So when you recognize in the back of your mind that all of these people are deeply insecure, have deep hurt, you read their comments with a very different lens, right? It's just really sad. It's like watching a child throw a tantrum while knowing you're still not going to reward the bad behavior. And it's just like out there away from you. Now, obviously, if that person is around you, they might become aggressive, but watching it online, you can step away from it and look at it and just laugh. Because I mean, these deep hurts just they don't hit the same when they're in comments under videos dragging other people for your own hurt. So I'm not going to put this person on the screen. We're going to listen together, but I'm definitely not going to put this person on the screen. So let's hear what this video was about. Should I put it on the screen? I feel like this is going to cause more trouble than it's worth. If I put them on the screen, I'm going to put them on the screen. I'm going to retract what I said earlier and put them on the screen. Let's do this. Get into it. Yep.
See, often in Disney movies, the women want to be the princess right here. This princess in most Disney movies is between the ages of 13 and 17. But ladies, you're not the Disney princess. You're not 13 to 17. You're this woman right here.
I'm sorry, I had to put this. You recognize that 13 to 17 was just skipped over. Like, you are not 13 to 17, as if that is translate. Actually, never mind. I will take that back. There was someone in these YouTube streets who were talking about he's like R. Kelly. There was. I remember someone saying they was like R. Kelly. So when they say 13 to 17, I'm thinking they now mean it. Never mind. Whatever I was going to say, go through the window, because they do, in fact, might think 13 to 18 means availability for dating for them. Looking like that. Got it. Never mind. Let's continue.
You're often Cruella de Vil. You're often Ursula. You're often Mother Gothel. And this is where you forget. You're not the princess in the movie anymore. You're the evil stepmother. Okay. Now look, this woman in the movie kept this woman locked up so that she wouldn't compete on the marketplace with her. In essence, and I'm giving you the paraphrase version of this. In essence, this woman had all the value. She had all the sexual marketplace value. But in order for her to compete out there and find her Prince Charming, she had to hide her.
Now, we can break. I don't know why anyone is using visual aid through the Disney Channel as a way to highlight sexual marketplace value, whatever. I'm very much confused as to how you can say 13 to 17 and in the same breath say that's the person with the sexual marketplace value. I don't know how you can do that with a straight face. I don't know how you can say, and my Dr. Umar, I don't know how you can say 13 to 17 in the movie is the person with the. I get what you're trying to do, but this age thing is getting very weird. It has been extraordinarily weird. Let's continue. I mean, I'm still stuck there.
Her in the castle. When we talk about oppression of women in our society, oftentimes it's been the women that have oppressed more women than men have oppressed women. But
Mr. Let Go made this very same claim also, where there's this idea that women are more oppressive than men. Again, I'm not even going to talk. I'm not going to dignify this with a meaningful response. Let's just all agree that this just doesn't make sense at all. Like when your life is on the line and the person, I would blame the person who is taking your life as more oppressive than someone who decided that they are going to not be your friend because you are either too beautiful in their mind or not beautiful enough. I'm going to go with the one who's going to take your life as more oppressive. But I just, these visual aids don't make sense to me, and I'm back at 13 to 17. I'm back at 13 to 17. That's where I am.
That's a whole conversation here. Now, what she did was because she had magical powers, she was able to get the fountain of youth and preserve her looks with the miracles of modern science. Okay? With the miracles of modern science, Mother Gothel was able to drink from the fountain of youth and preserve her age. She basically had jet black hair. As you can see in this clip, she would pull her face back. She would give herself a natural facelift. Therefore, she could go find her Prince Charming at an age where she didn't need to be out there finding the Prince Charming. She should be focusing on raising her kids, but nope. But at the end of the movie, it all turned against Mother Gothel. See, what happened was Rapunzel got her hair cut, and that was where the power laid. And then what happened to Mother Gothel right here? This is what happened during the C-19, during COVID. Remember that? Where everybody was not able to go to the hair salon, and all these 40-year-old women all of a sudden looked 50 because they didn't get that cut and color. Now, all of a sudden, guess what happened? Let me see. All right, she didn't have the fountain of youth, and that age caught up. So in this idea, what we have to understand is older women, which they can look good. What you have to understand is they have a limited time on that looks. Okay, so if I get with a woman who's 42, her shelf life is going to be T-2 years, especially if she gets comfortable with me and I commit to her. She's going to approach 50 fast. And women must understand the wall and not be delusional about the wall and not tell me, well, I still look good for my age. I still look 25. I still look 28. You won't believe the amount of women that I sit across from, and they'll tell me, yeah, I look 28. And I'm like, have you seen a 28-year-old woman? See, a 28-year-old woman looks 23.
This is projection at this point. Hold that note because I definitely want to talk about this. The question, like, really sit back for 2 minutes, right? And think, who is this person speaking to? Who is the audience? Because it cannot be women. It just cannot be women because you are not telling women, well, you might be. There might be women who are going to listen to you and say, you know what? I've hit the wall, so I'm going to decide to take whatever come my way. Someone said, slow down the chat. I will slow. Give me 2 seconds. Let me go in and slow down the chat. Thank you, Erica. You always remind me there. So I am slowing down the chat and I'm speaking because I find it very awkward to be silent while I'm live. So doing something. All right, it should be slow now. I'm getting really good at this. All right. So where was I? All right. So let's assume that he's talking to men, right? It has to be the case that you are just coddling these men. Because when you say these women should get to the back of the line, I'm going to get back to this because this whole projection bit is super important. When you're telling people to get to the back of the line, they're not going to listen to you. So the question is, why would you be addressing women who you think have quote unquote no value or limited value? Why would you be doing that? That's the question. Why? Why would you be doing that? There is no reason for you to do that if what you were saying is true. These men are pissed, at least the men he's talking to. They're pissed. And they might be pissed that women that they believe should not have access are having access. Women they think should not be having standards or having standards. And they are talking amongst themselves about these women because these women obviously are not going to be listening to these men. Like, how are you talking about people hitting the wall with your beard looking like?
And if she don't look 23, she looks 43. Okay, there ain't no in betweens. A 28-year-old woman don't look 28. She looks 23. You don't look like a 28-year-old woman. Go stand next to a 28-year-old woman and then have the energy of a 28-year-old. You don't have it. So older women, you're dealing from the bottom of the deck. Anybody that has played cards often knows that if you're playing a game, you can rig the game by putting a good face card at the bottom of the deck and deal that first face card from the bottom of the deck to you or to your partner. What you don't understand is every card after that is still unknown. So I might deal a good card to the bottom from the bottom of the deck to my partner, and I might win for a limited time only, but I might also deal a proper card to my opponent because I don't know what the second card is. I don't know what the third card is. I don't know what the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. I might cheat and give my person an advantage, but as I continue to deal from the top, from whatever, I don't know what's the top card. I don't know what the bottom card is. So
I don't know what he's talking about with the card. I'm not about to try to figure it out. He can go on with the parables because someone just said that he's talking in parables. Literally, we're on the same frequency. Who said that? Let me go back. Someone said that as soon as I said it, concerned. We're on the same frequency. I have no clue what he's talking about, dealing from the bottom of the deck versus the top, blah, blah, blah. Don't know, don't care. He's not talking to women. He's talking to men, and he's trying to not AAR. Go in the corner. He's talking to men, and this is obviously a feel-good moment for men to drag women. Literally, that's all this has to be. Because the truth is, if you actually believe that these women don't have value, no one will choose them, all of that stuff. If you believe that, you don't have to say it. Now, you can argue that you're cautioning these women so they don't get their feelings hurt, but yet that would not be how you do it. So he's talking to men, and they're just having a moment of incel worship right now. They're together bemoaning the fact that they're probably the least likely to be chosen by any sane woman. At least him.
You might still look good from now, but that's not gonna last. Every interaction past that, the less you go to Botox, the less you get your booty implants, the less you put on makeup, the less you get your cut and color, the less you diet, the less you exercise. Yes, you led with your looks, but your looks are fleeting, and it's going to fleet fast.
I mean, at least they have looks that will fleet, sir. You don't. If he's supposed to be Jesus of Nazareth, he's throwing a lot of stones with his attitude. Looks like he should be at the last one to talk about. Yep, that's what I'm getting.
Now let's talk about divorcees or women that are new to the marketplace that just broke up. You have to understand, you need to get to the back of the line. Get to the back of the line, ladies. One thing that I cannot stand is divorcees.
All right. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. This is a perfect example. You're saying a woman who is divorced should go to the back of the line because no one wants them, blah, blah, blah. If this were true, you wouldn't have to tell them. If this were true, you would not have to tell them. You are upset that the people you think are less than, who should not have standards, who should not be getting chosen, you are upset that they are. And we can tell because we don't know your audience. You're not talking to women. So when you're telling women to get to the back of the line, if you're not talking to women, you're talking to men. What sense does it make to tell men that women should get to the back of the line? Are they going to drag them to the back of the line? Like, are these men going to drag? Are you trying to convince these men to not date these women? Because that should be packaged in men, do not date these women who have been recently divorced. You're not saying that. You're telling these women to get to the back of the line, but they're not listening to you. So what sense does this make? Y'all are just talking out into the ether. Well, talking to each other and then out into the ether. That's all you'll do. None of this makes sense. The audience does not make sense. Like, you telling women to get to the back of the line does nothing outside of showing that you are mad you're not the princess. It only highlights that you are mad that these women are still getting chosen. That, I think that's why you're mad. Because it makes no sense otherwise to tell them they should get to the back of the line. It literally makes no sense. Your audience does not make any sense with the message you're talking to men telling women to get to the back. Like, how does that make sense? I am talking to a man, and instead of talking to the man about what to do and who to choose, you're telling women to get to the back of the line, but these women aren't listening to you. That does make sense. This, well, I would love for you to open up the panel later so we can discuss the bamboozle moment this man is doing to other men and young men, even though he's trying to phrase it like he's playing chess with women. Yeah, no. His game is very, very, very clear. And, well, I'm going to leave that alone because I feel like there is a drag coming on, and I'm not about to do that because I don't really care about an individual like, sir, we hope you have money. Well, let me stop. Let me stop. Thank you, MJ.
That jump right from their Prince Charming, who they had for 5, 10, 12 years. They divorce him because they think something's better out there. And then they want to jump right back into the front of the line and say, here I am, world. Where are all the good men? Where's my other Prince Charming? Nope. It don't work like that. It don't work like that, ladies. You don't get to divorce your top man and jump back in the front of the line of all the single women that have been out here looking for good men, getting their insides rearranged for the last 5 or 10 years. You are about to go to a phase of getting your insides rearranged. And don't be a woman that divorces a man, ride the carousel, and then want a marriage after that. Nope. That's not how that works.
So a woman who has been married should not go out into the world and try to get I'm trying. Yo, wait, let's do a full screen moment. Every time he utters a sickness, another greater appears in his beard. All right, let me. Okay, I have an issue. It has happened on this platform, and now it's happening again. Why is it that these people are unable to like articulate what it is that they mean? Like even on their own channels, they're going around in these tangents and like, how do you filibuster on your own channel? How are you Get to your point. How are you filibustering, Anya? Why are we hearing about Rapunzel and like what? Why? Get to your point, sir. As someone who is long-winded, apparently, how is it that this person annoys me so much, and most of these people take so long to get to the first point? His point, one of his point here is that if you have been married and you've divorced and you are out in the world, you should get to the back of the line. What line you're asking me, I don't know. I don't know why any woman would willingly go to the back of any line, the proverbial line, if someone is going to choose them. So if you want this woman to not be chosen, maybe tell men not to choose the woman, because absolutely no woman is going to fall in love with a man and the man says, hey, I love you, let's be in a relationship. No woman is going to be like, you know what? Because I've just been recently divorced and this random person on the line with the beard told me to get to the back of the line, I'm going to now have to wait until other women have gotten their opportunity before I can be in a relationship with you because I need to be at the back of the line getting whatever rearranged. No one is going to do that. Your audience the message doesn't make sense because I don't know what like. No one's going to listen to that. How are we supposed to vet if all men are good men? There is no exclusion criteria. No breakup initiated by women is ever valid. Well, we are going to pick. We are going to show on Friday, not Friday, on Sunday, how to vet. We're going to use this channel to vet. We're going to use this channel to vet. No, someone said there is no. He's in charge of life. Do what he says. Period. He must be God. Like, who's gonna sit there like, get to the back of the line? What? No. like, can you imagine this? A woman, you need to get to the back of the line. Unless you're the bouncer at the club and these women really want to get into the club, no one is going to get to no back of the line. You have no power. That literally makes no sense. Sir, again, who is your audience? Rearrange inside to Thank you, Jan. Demas Inthos, in ancient Rome, he could have got away with his cult of virgins for his group of creepy, sad old men. The world has no real place for you now, weirdo predator. Yeah, I mean, I think that's ultimately the truth. That's ultimately the truth. Like, it's so sad because, like, when I hear people say, "Oh, you're a king without a kingdom," this is the kind of degeneracy that comes to mind now. Does not make sense. I'm going to continue because I want to get through this foolishness.
Get to the back of the line. Don't be coming out here applying pressure from the 1990s in the year 2006 when you got married the first time, applying pressure on men that have been single for 5 years, 6 years, 8 years, that have struggled to build themselves. I finally got to a position where I started dating when I was 35. Now I'm 43, but I have a different profile. So now more women are interested in me, or a different echelon of women are interested in me. Now you're going to come off your marriage and apply pressure on me. Well, I'm marriage material. That's going to be a no. Nope. That's going to be a no. You're not marriage material.
Mm, I'm not someone who upholds marriage as the end all be all. In fact, well, let me not put that out into the world. I'll keep that to myself. But if this woman has been married and filed a divorce and now is out there looking to get married again, when she says she is marriage material, you cannot actually deny that she was married. Like I don't know what you want me to say. Like she is marriage material. What? She was married. Like what the? He's running game on the fatherless. He looks father.
Let's go to the next point. Men have better things to do in today's world. Now, ladies, I know you think you're entertaining. I know you think you're interesting. I know you think you're smart. I know you think you're intelligent. I know you think you're better than every other woman out here. I know you think you're not like the other girls. But let me just tell you something.
I think these men hate women. And I don't think they hate women. I think... Let me take him off the screen so we're not talking about him. I'm not talking about him. If you want to believe that, you can believe that. I'm not. I think these people aren't. So over here we have our fruitcake gang, right? And I think they should take that literally in the other places. I think these people should really, really, really consider whether or not they even want to date women at all. Like, I feel like I'm not saying, look, I'm pushing the gay agenda. Yes, I'm pushing the gay agenda. The gay agenda is being pushed over here. I think we should consider, and I was watching Yanni's live stream too, and I was thinking like, I mean, even gay men, like, there's not like I feel like the hate is not just being gay and open. I think it's about like, I hate the fact that to be accepted in the world, I have to be straight. And so instead of pushing back against the world and saying, look, I'm I am gay and I'm here. Instead of wait, look, I'm not talking about him. Thank you, by the way. Welcome, Super. Instead of just saying, I am queer and I am here and I'm here to stay, I think they're mad at the world because they have to be with women for them to be straight and for in the community for them to be seen as valid, right? And instead of pushing back, and this is a safe space, so you can come here and be gay. So instead of saying, I want to
And this might be a sad fact of reality. A lot of dating coaches are going to disagree with this. But men simply have better things to do today than to chase women and to listen to women. I once had a woman one day that ended up being a friends with benefits. She wanted a relationship. I think there was an event on TV, like a pay-per-view. I can't remember if it was MMA or WWE. I can't remember.
Dropping from the clouds randomly. He is 43 in dog years.
What it was. But to her, it was something trivial. And at this time of my life, I'm watching actively these events. I'm like, this is an event that I have to watch. But I normally watch them in my own setting. Okay. I'm like, I don't want any distraction or people asking me why I watch it and what's going on. I already know what's going on, so I don't need new booties to my event. Well, there's a pay-per-view event. Woman wanted to hang out. I said, well, no, we can't hang out today because this pay-per-view is coming on. And she was like, I'm more interesting than that pay-per-view. Now, see, that type of delusion is going to get you disrespected. Now, I'm not a.
So I'm going to go back to my first point. Yes, it applies to him too. I don't care. Start it. Start the mess. Why would you? Someone says, I am more interesting than WWE. I don't know, some wrestling foolishness online, right? I am more interesting than that. So hang out with me instead of watching it. You can say, no, I'm going to watch it. Why would that statement get her disrespected? Why do you want to do it? First of all, I don't believe the story, but it's not for me to believe. I'm just going to accept that it's true. Now, demons say y'all need not living in your truth. They're not. They're not living in their truth. And that's going to be a problem in the long run. But why is it so? Why is it the case that everything someone says that you disagree with leads to you wanting to disrespect them? Someone saying, I am more interesting than a fight, WWE, whatever, right? Instead of saying, look, you might be, I don't know you like that, that's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and watch the thing that I want to watch. Why you want to disrespect? Why? This man clearly hates men. It's actually scary. Yeah, to me too. Who would want to be around all that misery? He is, he is misery.
A disrespectful person, but I had to say, ma'am, let's not be delusional. Today's men don't even have to leave their bedroom to find something more entertaining than women. And ladies, you guys are boring other than the fact that betwixt your legs is fixed your anatomy that men want. Other than that, you're completely boring. Men don't want to listen to you. You're not interesting. Your political thought is out of line most of the time. Men don't agree with your politics. Men should not be agreeing with your politics. If you find a guy that agree with your politics, you have a female. You don't have a male. A man doesn't even have to leave his damn bedroom. He got video games. He can stay ahead of the current. He can apply himself. He can get knowledge. He can listen to YouTube content creators, tell him how to fix his life. He's got prawn. He's got easy sex. He can dial right up, have a busted Pillsbury biscuit can, deliver the peace leaf on point, bust a nut, and go back to his damn world. And he can get all of this in a 2-3 hour period. He can go to sleep. He can take a nap. He could do some push-ups. He could go work out. He could watch a workout video. He could watch a video about cars. He could go drive a car. He could ride his motorcycle. He could get a mountain bike. He could get a road bike. He could go to an amusement park by himself. He could go to the movies. He can download movies. He can stream movies. He could get a pay-per-view event. He can get a dog. He can run the dog. Do you realize that in today's marketplace, we made it so easier for women, and we've been focusing on making it easier for women, that we made it easy for men?
That right there is a very true statement. In an attempt to make it easy, the world easier for women, he claims they've made it easier for men. Yeah. So if women are so boring, just get a doll and call it a day. I don't understand. No, because what he's saying, what he means is not exactly what he's saying. These men are upset, they're pissed, cross, angry, and miserable. They definitely are those things, but they want to convince you that they're not, that they're good, and that actually you're the ones with the problem. That's essentially what is happening here, but it doesn't make any sense because the way the message is packaged is literally addressed to women without talking to women. Because no reasonable woman is going to listen to him and say, you know what? I've hit the wall. My marketplace value, or whatever they call it, is down. I should go to the back of the line. So even if there are men out there who I want to be with, who want to be with me, I'm going to tell them no. Literally, the message makes no sense. The message absolutely makes no sense. So his audience seems very off, very off. Selfish, don't want to change. has been told so repeatedly, consequently hates women, lumps men in generally, so he can avoid reflect. Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, who hurt him? He invented and hates women. It's giving confusion. So I am thinking if this is about kind of recognizing there is an absence in the manosphere. And actually, this is going to sound very wrong, but I do mean it exactly how I'm going to say it. The father of the manosphere is no longer there. There is now an absence of a father figure in the manosphere, and these men are competing to see who will become the new daddy of the manosphere. That is what is happening. So it feels like they're getting outrageous, more and more outrageous in terms of what it is that they're espousing. That's not fine. But it's interesting because underpinning all of this is a ton of obvious, in my mind, it is obvious that there is a misunderstanding of how the world operates. Just a complete misunderstanding of how the world operates. Like, and it's one thing to want to have a platform and a community. It's another thing to know that you are not equipped to be the teacher and still attempt to carry that mantle. Like, I don't understand how that is okay. Like, he's obviously not equipped, yet he is going to attempt to continue to do whatever it is that he's doing. Obviously, no one want to listen to you, sir. Black men should care about our politics since we have 2 million on you and we are more likely to retain our right to vote. And y'all are the ones fighting to change the policies in terms of the prison industrial complex, but no one want to talk about that. All they want to talk is Andrew Tate is the new daddy. Beat it TNT. Sir, person, period. You can come forward if you think Andrew Tate is the new daddy, and you're telling me, I'm thinking you're telling me to beat it, except, so you're over here. You're in my place. Welcome, dropping from the cloud.
Men nowadays have so many more interesting things to do than to be hanging out with women with the
Can you believe someone in an attempt to burn just admit that they just got a new daddy? Just for a moment, just everyone sit down for a second, take a deep breath, whatever you're sipping, take a sip, and then think about this. Yo, Ricky, what is up? What is up? Reddit has grown above and beyond. All right. We took a sip, breathe, come back. A person in defense of the manosphere just said, we have a new daddy. just let that sink in for a moment. How far, we are literally not even operating in the realm of reality right now. So in defense of of what is happening in the manosphere, someone just said, yes, we have a new daddy, in an attempt to attack. We have a period. You and your daddy can go off. Uncle Phil would never join the manosphere.
the intentions of sleeping with said woman. Now, if a woman wants to be in somewhere in the 1980s again and think a man will give up 8 hours of his day talking excessively nonstop to this woman, listening to get a piece of peace leave, those days are long gone. Men don't have to do very much to get much out of society. Now, the negative effects is
men don't have to do very much to get very much out of society. Truer words have never been said by the manosphere. And that's probably part of the problem. We've probably gotten too comfortable.
Of that, it is basically all these things have killed our interest in actually being better men and actually being better family men, and et cetera, et cetera. So there is a negative effect to all this. But for a woman to believe she's more interesting than the things that this man can grab without even rolling out of his bed, that's delusion. Pure delusion. A man is.
I should clip that. I need to remember. That is a good idea. I do need to clip that. I definitely need to clip that. So there is a kind of, should I feel like I don't want to actually go into meaningful discussion about loneliness and men and dying and the health risk and depression and suicide. I'm not going to do it. I think one of the things that I do really like about my audience, and this is not me like trying to hype you up, I do think I have one of the smartest audiences on YouTube. At least, I mean, y'all are reading case studies and coming on, so that says something in and of itself. But instead of kind of going through this point by point in the way that I've notated in terms of my note, what I'm going to do instead is open the panel. I've decided that I'm going to get really strict on my little bell. The reason I'm going to get strict on my bell is because you guys have been running rampant in these shows. So I have to get very good. And we are going to talk. So everyone who comes up, unless I extend the time, you will have a minute and we'll discuss, because I do have another video that I want to watch with you guys, and it is
was because of the way we are in Nigeria, the devil wants to rob me.
Yes.
So
concerning this lady and having, what was it, 15 abortions. Now, I want to talk about that with you, but there's a religious aspect to it that I need to get into. But we're not going to debate religion. Not here, not tonight. All right. Nana, you have a minute. You're muted.
Good evening. How are you today?
I'm doing well. You're very low.
I am low. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you, but it's really low.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. What about that? Can you hear me now?
We can do it. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just came to say hi to you, Themis. I haven't said hi to you in a long time. I've been watching the stream, waving at you from afar. But now I'm here to say hi. That's it. You only gave me a minute. That's all I can do.
No, I mean, you can do more, but thank you so much. I know you wanted to debate Finji, so please email London.
You said you want me to email London? You want me to email London?
Yeah, it's in the community tab.
Okay. Bye.
All right, let's add someone else. Philly
Vet, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Hey, Themis, I don't know if you decided on the Super Chat scholarship yet, but consider this my contribution, one of many to come. Please don't do that yet, because if you start telling me what it's for, I'm going to have to start doing plannings that I definitely don't want to get into. So yeah. Watching and only get the likes up. All right, Philly Vet, right?
Okay, Themis. I'm like literally listening to this baffled. I feel like I'm in some type of bizarro, flipped upside down world where there are men who think that this thinking is okay. All I could note was the lack of maturity, or the lack of literally being a man. Every point was literally when you mentioned is when he mentioned some the comment that said, now we have a new daddy. These guys are really stuck in their childhood. Even his examples the whole time, either a cartoon, wrestling, he made some point about sex and something about a carousel. I'm like, what in the world? Like, what
Shelf life.
yes. I'm like, what in the world? That's all I really wanted to say. I just it really baffles me, and I'm so afraid for our young men and our women coming up. I'm married, and I'm like, thank God. When I say I vetted, I vetted hard. Okay.
Well, we're
I
gonna
feel
talk
for
about
any of
that.
these single women.
We're gonna talk about vetting on Sunday, so I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Definitely. All right, that's
Bye.
all I had to say. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Hey, famous.
Hey, concerned. You and I were on the same frequency in the chat. You have a minute.
Yeah, because the analogies and the parables and what they refer things to is really, and they don't even make sense. But anyways, what I wanted to add is that he contradicted himself so many times within his own like thing, because how are you mad that the women that we need to go to the back of the line and all of the above when you're so disinterested in women and you had a Prince Charming and you left him? Like, I don't understand how those things marry up in their mind. And that previous person gave such a great point. Like, it's so scary how childish these men think, but we have to be honest that it's uniquely Black men. Like, yes, there are other races of men who and other ethnicities of men who are incels, but the level of embarrassing, like the stuff that these men say uniquely, just cringe.
Yeah, I mean,
Cringe.
you say Black men specifically. In my mind, it's just the center men. If I like, I don't give advice again, but my daughter going, she gonna hate. She is going to hate me because none of this makes sense. I'm actually quite scared for y'all. I'm quite scared because I'm pretty sure that was a white man on the phone. I don't know if he was white. I really don't. And I think they changed his voice so we couldn't tell. But the guy on the phone talking about I don't know what he was talking about, honestly. And the woman must be some kind of crazy to not respond to him, essentially. That does not make sense to me at all. But no, I take your point. In terms of the stats, I'm not going to push back on that. Thank you, concerned.
Thank you. Bye.
Just call me Bon.
Hi. So I don't know what it is, but for some reason, this is just funny to me. Like, I can't even believe that he's saying the things that he's saying out of his mouth. And most importantly, that there are other people who take it seriously. Like, the fact that he has an audience of maybe men, I guess, I'm assuming, who will sit there and listen to him. I just find it absolutely hilarious. But you made me think about when KS said something along the lines of, back in ancient Roman times, mentors would sleep with their young mentees. And I feel like that was just a way for him to start grooming his his audience. He was like, hey guys, it's quite normal if you want to come sleep with me, it's normal. No problem. That's
No, no,
what I
no.
think he was doing. That's it.
Not
That's all I
only
have to
that,
say.
thank you. There's something also very insidious about not even qualifying the 13 to 14, the 13 to
Yes.
17 age in the cartoon as the woman. The 13 to 17 is a woman with more value in the sort of dating. I'm
I
going to
think
say
that was done
dating
on
marketplace.
purpose.
I think so
That was
too.
done
You're
on
not going to
purpose.
convince me he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure.
Yeah.
What he was doing. Like, yeah, no. I'm with you on that.
I
Thank
agree.
you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Is it Miss Buckner? How do you pronounce her first name?
It's Naima, Themis.
Naima. That's
Yes.
actually that's the best
Okay.
name.
Well, thank you for having me on. I tried to jump on one time before, but you had a full house, so I could not get on.
I'm trying to get through as many people now. I feel like having people do a minute is good enough. Your minute starts now.
Okay, yeah. So it was just funny listening to Coach Coach Greg Adams or whatever, and it's funny how they say modern women all the time, right? Modern women, this thing, this is such a big catastrophe because we're modern women, and it's funny because I listened to you, of course, and G, and also Samantha Cooker, but she made a good point, like men want to say that we're not modern women because we're not like our parents or basically our grandparents. But a lot of these men are not like their fathers or grandparents either. They can't pick up a drill. They don't know how to do anything. They don't even know what the drill is. So it's in a sense, how can you say modern women, but then not understand that you're not I'm sorry, how can you condemn the modern woman? Because basically in the sense that you are a modern man. We live in a modern world. This is what it is.
Right? Like
It's
that's
not going
everyone.
back.
Yeah. But I would actually argue with them that this is going to be bad. I don't think it was that different years ago. In fact, I don't think specifically for the Black community there is any time in American history where they should prefer to be besides now. You're not going to convince me otherwise, man or woman. So this idea that we need to go back to some, I don't know what they're talking about, does not make sense to me at all.
Yes. And I think that what they want us to do is they want women to open our legs, right? And say, pick me, pick me, pick me for what they have, in the sense their penis, excuse my language. They want us to walk around with our legs open saying, pick me, pick me, pick me. And those days are over.
Yeah, I think it's becoming quite clear that women generally do not need men in the way that men want women to need them. The reality is, even if women needed men, and this is financially, by the way, even if women needed men in that way, the current group of men in the position that they're in could not step up to the plate to provide that which you would need financially if you were going to be utterly, as Hafiz once said, utterly dependent on a man. So what
Correct.
they're asking for is literally ridiculous. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Themis. All right.
Have a
Have a
good
good
one.
one.
Please
All
come up
righty.
again.
Okay. Bye-bye.
LB is next, and I'll keep you on because you're on camera. How are you?
I'm good.
What say you? Wait, we can't watch someone 24/7. Can we deeply vet? I can say he's a good guy, but that's only as far as what I know. Some cheat very well, married too. With the vetting conversation apparently is gonna come up again. So on Sunday, we're gonna see if we can vet the men who are on this live stream, who've been on this channel, and you guys will help me vet these men. So I'm very excited about this weekend and you guys helping me vet. All right, what say you?
So I am stuck on him saying that all women are not interesting. And I think it's so funny that he chose to say all women are not interesting rather than I am not interested in women. Because and I know
Wait,
it's
wait. Pause. Yes, that was a drag. I'm going to the University of LB right now because I appreciate that. To broad stroke an entire gender and say they are uninteresting as a group implies you don't even like the gender.
Yeah.
You really don't.
I mean, like I feel it like in reverse though. And I struggle with that one because I wouldn't say all men are uninteresting, but I would say many are not. But that's aside. But I think it's really interesting that he said that, and also I think it shows how much they fear the realities of some of their sexualities, because they're so afraid of being gay that they would rather say all women are not interesting instead of saying I'm not interested in women, which can mean a number of things. It can mean I'm not interested in women at the moment because, like he said, he wants to build on himself. It can mean I'm not interested in women because, you know, I just really want to be over there with the boys, and I'm afraid to say that I really want to be over there with the boys, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like, and he could say it, and he
And
could say it
I already see.
necessarily because he's gay.
I personally cannot be accused of gay bashing or anything because it's not. It's literally not. If you are going to sit there and say all women are uninteresting and they're just, all of them are just, you can't talk to them, they're annoying, whatever. If you have categorized all of them as that, there is a deep disdain for women. So if you're a man and you have an opposing view, please bring it forward because I'm 10 toes behind you, LB. 10 toes.
Wait, I was reading a comment and I really genuinely just don't understand what it means.
It's fine. Let's go on.
Okay.
Stay on.
Aaron.
Aaron.
Second.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Themis, it's been so long. How have you been?
I am good. How are you?
I'm good. I saw the video. I saw you on live. I said, let me hop on.
Oh, I do remember you. You were actually, I remember when you came on for the All Men's panel.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What say you?
I don't know anymore, Themis. As a fellow Black man, I try to have some type of like, there's hope. You know, we can rehabilitate. We can get you to a semi-decent level at least. You know, I don't know anymore. I'm sorry, and I know some of the haters, shall we say, are going to call me, oh, he's male bashing. He's just taking the side of women. I am. I'm sorry. There's no like in between at this point, because even for him to say we have a new daddy in the manosphere, I'm just like that. Where does that speech come from? Where is?
They just don't want to come out and say it.
Is that what it is?
It's fine. Like they can say it over here because over here we welcome everyone. So I don't know why y'all are welcome over. Look, ain't nobody gonna drag you out of no closet out of here. It's a safe space for you to come out of the closet over here. I promise you.
And you definitely said it on a live we were on. I can't remember which topic it was, but you even mentioned they're not obviously getting these women if they're that unhappy. If you are that unhappy in spouting what you're spouting on a podcast, you are not getting women. You are not living in your purpose, because most men that I know that are either married or they have a longtime girlfriend and they're actually in their career, they're not going to spend hours on a podcast show saying why women don't want them. That's just,
yeah.
You know, it's just like it's you guys are clearly unhappy. You're mad because these women don't want you because of the BS that you're spouting, and you don't want to do anything to change it. You're happy with being at the bottom. You are happy with being a degenerate. That's all it is.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Before I recognized who you were, I was like, oh my God, let me get my things together and get ready. I appreciate that. I mean, thank you for the, so, there's some, the back chat has filled up again. I'm going to add each of you in a moment. So I have realized, Aaron, no, for the last 2 days, we've been trying to get men to speak. Unfortunately, nothing was coming out. So hopefully in the future, we can have more. Ruled by Venus, go ahead.
Hi, Themis, can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good, how are you? Hi, LB, you're beautiful. Okay, so let me get to my minute. I'm starting to think that, and I'm not trying to be funny, I think there's some type of mental illness in our community. Like, I'm almost inclined to believe that there's some conspiracy with the government and they did something to all the Black babies, because when we look at even the men who come on the panels, most of them, we can tell by the lack of emotional intelligence, the lack of interpretation skills, the lack of self-control. There's too many of them that behave this way for me to not think that collectively something is really wrong. Like the inability to think for self, think constructively, or to use any kind of discernment. And so I used to be triggered by these talking points, but I honestly got to the point where I feel sorry for them because I do feel like mentally something is really off with these men. And my other point was to any women, because I don't have children, but if you're raising boys, please, 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 like challenge them to think critically, make them understand what healthy emotion is, encourage them to be leaders. There's a lot more. I'm not a parent, but I just feel like there was a huge lack in our community because there are just way too many of them. What is that? But those were my points.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, well, let me not say what I think.
I know, because I can hide behind this. You can't. So yeah, don't say it. But okay, bye.
Someone says these. I'm not going to put that on the screen. Cap.
Hi everyone. Hi LB. Are you guys able to hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, great. So I have 2 points. I am always confused by the notion of modern women. I think the previous caller Naima did bring that up too. In my head, I am thinking that in a contemporary world, someone from the 1950s, a man from the 1950s would consider a 1950 woman as modern, given the times that they're living in. So I never understand really that concept. But the second thing for me is sort of like not really being surprised when I see people sort of like espousing these ideas from the very well-versed coach that we're watching right now. I don't think, at least for me personally, there's been any point in history where collectively men, as a general matter, liked women as people, like as actual human beings. That sounds nihilistic in a way, but I really don't think there's been really a point where, I think they've always seen the utility in us, but there's always something attached to that woman, right? This is my mother, so I like her because she's my mom, right? So she comes with a purpose. Like you have to have some utility tied onto you when you're a woman for collectively a man to appreciate you or show you some kind of love or whatever, at the human level. Again, I'm not saying that, individually that doesn't happen. Of course, I'm very sure, in our lives, but again, that's very anecdotal. So when I see these little groups of people sort of like, speaking this way, I think it's sort of, again, not normal, but again, not surprising. I think specifically in the Black community, of course, quotation marks here, I use this term very loosely. I think there's a lot of issues that are not resolved that sort of like act as catalyst, in these, when these conversations come up. But again, for me, it's more of a thing of understanding that generally speaking, as a collective, men only see utility in women. You're only as good as you're able to be used for a purpose. Outside of that, there's not much they can do with you.
I appreciate that, and I actually really do agree with you. I try not to say these people are attempting utilitarian approach to life because I don't think most of them even know what they're doing. But I think that might be the case. Thank you so much, MJ.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, have a good one, MJ. I hadn't had you yet. Go ahead, your minute.
Hi, Themis. How you doing? And hi, LB. You are very pretty.
Wait, pause. Wait, let me pause your time though. Every time you come on, and this is your second time on, you bring a very, very specific kind of energy. And I want to say that I really appreciate it. I don't know if you even know what it means. I don't know what it means, but whenever I hear you, something happens. So I don't know what that is. I
Oh,
probably
thank you,
sound
Themis.
idiotic,
I
but
appreciate that. That's definitely a nice compliment. Thank you so much. So
yeah.
I just want to talk about 3 things that I picked up in that live that he did.
You have
Okay.
a minute to talk about all
And
3.
I'll do it as quick as possible. Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Okay, so the first one in the beginning, how I feel sorry for the young men, right? Any young men or even men in particular that's listening to his live because he's bamboozling them. Because if you really think about it, throughout his whole conversation, he's trying to say that he needs the older women to go at the back of the line. So him, who now started dating at 35 and 45, and now he's stabilized, can have women who, or children who he consider women at 13 and 17 years old. So why, as a young man who is saying in my mind, maybe I don't want to date a woman who is 45 and older because I'm a young man and I want to start a family. Why would you listen to a man who's advocating for him being the stabilized man to get women in your age range? And that will leave you with the women that he wants to put at the back of the line. That's foolish. Think twice. Pay attention. Second point. The reason why he keeps on referencing that young children, 13 to 17 years old, especially when it comes to women as girls, as women, is because he has to keep on telling himself that to make it true, to make himself not feel guilty. And it's also a weapon that he used on younger women because they're more innocent and naive for them to believe that they are women and that they can make certain type of decisions like that out of themselves and out of the protection of their parents or guidance of their parents, right? And the third one, and this is the last one, is pretty much if he's saying that we're not entertaining, he has better things to do than be around women, then obviously he doesn't like women, plain and simple. So thank you for your time, Themis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was succinct. A bit over, but it was worth every second over. So thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Please come up again. What were you saying, LB?
Oh, I just wanted to quickly say, like, I've been getting a lot of compliments as people come up, and I don't mean to be rude by not saying thank you. I've been struggling with the mute button, and then also I don't want to interrupt the minute that you guys have. But thank you.
Oh. Obi, go ahead.
Hello, Themis. Hello, everyone. Someone said these little groups online. These are not little groups anymore. This is a large and growing movement. It's global. I'm connected online with a few countries in Africa. It's growing over there too. There's this feeling that the modern man is having difficulty in dealing with the women of nowadays for whatever reason. There are a million reasons why that is, but there's a lot of men that are struggling with dealing with women. It's not that they like men, not necessarily. Most of them, I don't think they like men either. They just don't like women. They don't respect women as full human beings, but they want to still use women for sex and for like the things they can use women for, but they don't respect women as humans. That's why they can say they're not interesting. I don't know how many people you talk to, you know?
So for me, I disagree on one small note, and the disagreement is, I think, a matter of opinion. So it's not a real disagreement. For you to do the mental gymnastic you have to do to say all women are essentially bad, you can convince me you're not just into are asexual. Like you're just not going to convince me because you have to do a ton of mental gymnastic to get to the point where you are saying all women, because there are women who outside of like their chromosome you could never know that they're female. Like you just wouldn't know, right? Everything is essentially like maybe my brother or me, who are two completely different people. So for me, I think a lot of them might just hate women or people, but for you to go the extra mile to say all women, I'm just going to assume you don't like women. Is that a fair assessment? Maybe not, but I'm just going to stick with that one. That's the assessment I'm going with.
Okay.
No,
I've listened to a lot of these men, and a lot of them, and the hatred for women is palpable. The frustration for dealing with women in a way that they seem the thing is that they've grown up to believe some things about what they're supposed to get from women, and they're not getting it anymore, and they don't understand why they're not getting it anymore. The landscape has changed, the laws have changed, things have changed. So like they're just finding it difficult, and a lot of
Oh, wait, you're right. Well, not you're right. Someone just said something that hit that. Where did it go? Yeah, there. Themis, you're assuming they're logical. True. I'm assuming rational actors. I do assume rational actors, and I think that might be a problem. But I'm still gonna go with asexual or into men. But
oh,
go. You can finish up, Obi.
all right. So like this is kind of like they're revolting against their position in the world right now. The difficulty of dealing with women, the difficulty of having access to women like they thought they were supposed to. It's not happening anymore, and they're just frustrated with it. That's what I hear. It's that palpable disrespect and hatred from women because they're not getting what they expected.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Obi. By the way, apparently everyone is like shouting at me to say this. Please like the stream. It helps with algorithms and things. I think black men have unknowingly embraced nihilism. There are only three outputs for nihilism: find a purpose, God, or eliminate self. So sad to see black men embrace the last one. Our last option. Thank you, Gia. Super.
Hold on. Let me just unmute. Am I muted? No. Okay.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So, yeah, I actually wanted to agree with Obi. I don't think that there is a clear correlation between misogyny and homosexuality. I feel like
I don't
these
think this
men are
is just.
just
Wait, I don't think this is
yeah.
just misogyny, though. Like, I don't. This
Yeah.
runs really deep. But go ahead. I'll not interrupt you
Yeah,
for your
I
moment.
agree
Go
that it
ahead.
runs really deep. And I think it comes from a like Obi was saying, a sense of entitlement where that brings that kind of feeds into this frustration they have about themselves and what kind of women they're getting access to, what they're getting from these women. the they also have this like nostalgic idea of what it means to be a man who has a woman submit to them and basically lets a man control them. And because the reality is not matching up to whatever entitlements they have, it is breeding a lot of contempt for women. And I don't think they're necessarily sexually attracted to men or want to be in a relationship with men. I also think that there is an inherent lack of respect for women. They don't respect what we say, they don't respect our opinions, they don't think we have anything of value to teach them or anything of value to add to anything: research, science, comedy, art. They just don't appreciate us at all. And I do feel like most gay men I know personally, I see a different type of admiration for women among
Well, you
these men.
haven't been
Like
on
I
this
see
channel
them
long enough.
celebrate.
Wait,
Huh?
wait. You have not been on this channel long enough, because I'm sure there are gay men on this very channel dragging women. In
Oh no,
fact,
you're right. I was gonna get to that. Yes, yes, there are definitely gay
and
men
wait,
who
wait,
do not
and
respect women either. I just don't. I
wait.
just
There is
yeah.
there is a sort of anecdote. I'll extend your time. I promise. There is
Okay.
an anecdote that has, I think, is an interesting field for someone to go in and study, because there's this guy. He came out as gay, and he's been very angry at women. And when I spoke to him separately, I was a sort of I was an RA at the time, right? And he's always frustrated. And I remember talking to him, and I cannot believe I almost forgot this story. He was mad that women did not want to be with him because they thought he was gay. He was gay, but he wanted to be with women to hide the fact that he was gay. And he
Oh.
could not get over the fact that women did not want to be with him because those women thought he was gay. And so now he is now out and proud. So I got confused. So I was like, but now you're out. So why do you still hate them? And I think he thought they did something wrong to him by not deciding to date him because he was gay. Um, so I think that, and he's not bi,
Right.
by the way. He said he is gay, so I'm assuming he's gay. And I've never really thought through what that could mean. But on the whole, the gay guys love women. I think gay. I, I mean, we wouldn't fully agree because we've seen it on this channel. But go ahead.
No, but I think that still goes back to entitlement. He feels entitled to women giving him something, not sex or really, he doesn't really want them like that, but he wants to use them as a beard and they won't allow that. So he's mad. So I still think this has more to do with a sense of entitlement than just being attracted to men and preferring men. Um, and I just I don't know. Like, there's a reason why I I just think that you can hate someone. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're not attracted to them and don't want to be in a relationship with them. There are plenty of white racists who are
So
willing
when
to
they
have
say
sex
we
with
should,
black women
so when they're
or black
saying we
men.
should have make space for men to be with men, what does that mean?
Wait, who said that?
I'm not gonna call anyone's name on here.
Oh, someone in the chat said it. Okay.
No, 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 no. So I mean, so a huge manosphere person he was said that
Oh,
we should
okay.
advocate for men to be with men.
I was like, tell me the name and I'll call it.
I
Yeah,
don't.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just
I
yeah,
vaguely remember hearing that. I don't remember who's.
look,
Was it Kevin Samuels? Oh, sorry. I was
yeah,
maybe I
no, no,
wasn't
no,
supposed to
you're
say
fine.
that.
You cannot tell me there isn't some homoerotic underpinning happening.
No,
You
I
know,
can see the homoeroticism. I can, but I don't think that is the majority of them. I think Kevin Samuels, he is a little, if like, I don't think that man was fully straight, to be
look, I'm
honest.
not saying all of this is true and there's no insult. It's just I feel like we just need to all just step forward in our truth. I feel like we should just I feel like we should just step forward in our truest self. They've lost
I
their place
agree.
in
I agree.
yeah. But I take your point though, and I'm not pushing back at all on anything that you've said. They've lost their place in society. What they've been sold is being automated. Women are more educated and independent than ever. They lean to the one emotion they've been allowed, anger. There's actually a really good article, I forgot the title, that actually talks about this, how as children, boys and girls were together, and at some point, usually puberty, there is a sort of separation, and then a coming back together, right? Women were being taught, children, girls were being taught how to foster relationship and be in relationship and even being prepared for marriage, even at an early age. And boys were being taught to compete and all of that stuff. And when they come back together, it's not on the kind of friendship level that they come back, but it's on a level of men wanting something very specific from women and not actually knowing how to get that thing that they want. And they revert to the one emotion that was always allowed, even if chastised for,
Yeah.
but allowed in terms of you are a man and the boys will be boys. And it is anger. And
Yeah.
it's inconsistent a lot of the times with how to get what you want from women, which only frustrates the man more. And it bleeds into this very toxic cycle that now the manosphere can capitalize on. Interesting point. I should remember this article at some point and bring it up, but very, very good point.
Yeah,
Go
and,
ahead.
and I also read an article a while back that was really interesting, talking about how the sense of entitlement that a lot of men have come from a lot of, honestly, it's not really rooted in anything that was like in the past. It's more like they have bought into this fantasy world of, oh, the guy always gets the girl at the end, like all these movies with lame guys, losers, who get with women who are way above their league, they always wind up with that woman that they wanted to be with. And it doesn't really matter if they have anything to offer. She's just going to notice him and want to be with him just because he's, in her mind, he's great. And I think that a lot of men actually have bought into that fantasy idea of that they're the protagonist, they're the main character, and they're supposed to get the woman. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I let you go over because I completely forgot there was a timer. Interesting convo, that's why. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the next one is Paris, then Jamel, and then Concern. I'm definitely sure. Is it? How do I say that name? Paris, go ahead.
Hi, you guys. So I had to
Hey, how are
literally
you?
pull over to talk about this. I'm doing well. So there's two school of thoughts, unfortunately, when it comes to this. D.L. Hughley made a comment one time about the loner guys, the school shooter type of personality guys, and was like, he just needed to get laid. Women just need to go be with these guys and they'll stop doing this stuff. Like, women are the fix-all and we're supposed to serve as cannon fodder for unstable, unhinged men. And unfortunately, a lot of people think that way. And when you go into the manosphere, it's like the black incel type of personality. I had a guy that I worked with, a white guy that was an incel, and just getting to know him and just really talking with him, because he was like, no, I'm never dating. I'm this and that. I live with my grandparents and I just play video games and stuff like that. And just working with him and talking with him and just really uncovering what he was thinking. By the time I left there, he was normal, had a girlfriend, all kinds of stuff. But I'm like, it shouldn't take a woman to do that psychological work for them.
Yeah, that
It's
kind
like,
of flavor is, I don't know who would intentionally take on that kind of flavor.
right. And Jordan Peterson, they love to say Jordan Peterson, and he says a lot of misogynistic stuff, but he also said, if all the women around are not wanting to date you, it's not them, it's you.
Period.
He literally said that. And I sent you some links on your Instagram.
Yeah, no, he dragged Hafiz too. That was one of my favorite moments on this entire YouTube channel journey was when I watched Jordan Peterson being interviewed by Hafiz. It was one of the most rewarding moments. Two people that I completely disagree with in that moment gave me complete life.
Yeah. Exactly, because they think they're posturing as some strong man and this and that, but evolutionarily, women have intuition to a certain extent. We can tell if there's something going on with you, if there's something wrong with you. And the only reason you'd end up with somebody usually is if we're trying to ignore it and trying to say, oh, we have some other, gaining qualities or something that kind of offsets that. But we know there's something wrong with these guys. So that's why you're not getting laid. That's why women are looking at you. You're puny, this and that. Again, I said it before, I'm more of a stallion, like Amazonian type chick. And I can pick up most guys, even if they're taller than me. So I can tell if you're just weak, you're just weak. I'm sorry. Find a weaker female or date within your realm. But why would you want to date somebody who doesn't want to date you? They're mad about women that don't want to date them. Sorry.
Not sorry. Thank you so much, Paris.
I did want to say her coworker probably wasn't normal at the end of that. He probably just had a woman, and as soon as something goes wrong with that woman, he'll jump back to those extremes. That's dangerous. Yes. Don't think you could trust a man with your down there. Yeah.
Is it, well, how do you say your name? Jamiel?
It's Jamiel.
All right, definitely would not have gotten that. Jamiel?
It's okay. I'll try to be quick, but thank you all for allowing me to, share some thoughts. I think this is just really, really sad. And it's really sad because I feel like there's so many men who can't see how devastating and toxic this kind of thinking is and how much it reinforces like arrested development in our community for Black men. like we're just trapped. And like, even I think somebody mentioned earlier the idea that he's referencing cartoons. I don't know how many guys are just sitting around watching Disney movies, but that's really, really strange. Disney movies, like there's so many other content that you can watch.
So he probably know his audience.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's fair. And I think continuing along with what he was saying is like, it comes from such a selfish perspective that I think it even takes away the potential fulfillment and identity of what a man is supposed to be. It's supposed to be beneficial and contributive to society. But if he's always talking about, yeah, I can just play my video games and sit at home and jack off, what are you doing for anybody? Like, that's terrible. Why would you continue to tell your people or your followers that? Like, that's terrible. And I think it's also going along with the recent TD Jakes message clip, when he's complaining about, in this hypothetical situation, he's complaining about women not making a need for men. You're not being a man, because men just fulfill needs regardless. Like, a woman doesn't have to make a need. You just go around and you do the needs, because that's what men do. They benefit the society and they contribute. And it just, overall, it's very disgusting, and it's sad that there's so much disconnect that these men are continuing to regurgitate into our community, that keeps men stagnant, and it keeps them from actually being full human beings. Because like, all you're thinking about is sex, money, and how much I can accomplish, not actually being full and whole. And I really do think it has, like, it's a form of mental illness. I honestly do. And it's not going to be fixed until we can step back and say, no, there's actually something wrong with these thoughts, and we have to work on changing and implementing more good, beneficial thinking in our community, so men can actually change. And I'm appreciative of your channel and other spaces that are actually trying to encourage men to think in a constructive way, in a healing way, in a productive way. But I also know that that is a minority right now, and it's a big fight to fight against this machine of toxicity and degradation in our community. But that's all. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And we already know he's not telling people about no improvement if he's telling them to stay at home and play game. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being on. Concerned is next. Let's do this was going well, so let's continue with how we are doing it. Concerned, your minute.
Okay. I want to propose that I don't think men ever respected women, because when we think about the arc of time, there was never really a time where it was necessary. Women are just learning to respect themselves and their own agency. So I think that when we think about the things that have happened recently, when we think about politics and laws, they're constantly trying to intimidate us back into these traditions. I literally just did a Google search on what is a conservative. A conservative is adverse to change or innovation or holding traditional values. There are other definitions, but it's so clear here. And a lot of Black people are conservative, and it is connected to religiosity. But when we think about the actual outcomes here, the idea that you are adverse to change, it's really scary, because they're just trying to keep things exactly the same. And this might sound random, but I think it connects to that whole Darwin theory of, like, evolution is not about the strongest, it's about the most adaptable. But our community just refuses to adapt. And so it's just scary to think about what will happen if we just don't want to acknowledge that there's no such thing as being able to conserve a past that just does not exist. We know more now. We have more access. Women are not going to unlearn how to read, unlearn, you know what I mean? We're not going to unlearn our own boundaries. And I think kind of last point is that I think that we as women need to start assuming that these men only want admiration, and they're willing to sacrifice love for it. Because when we think about the intimacy and the loyalty, sorry, I thought I heard you say something.
Oh, it was the bell. You can wrap up though, obviously.
Oh, okay. when we think about the idea of intimacy and togetherness and all the above that comes with love, that's not what they're saying they want. They want you to admire them, and they're willing to do it any way necessary, be it cars, be it other women, be it manipulation. The goal here is not partnership, it's admiration.
Yeah. Thank you, Concerned. Before I add anyone else, oh, me not me's back there too. Before I add anyone else, why is Orange Pill always twerking in the chat? You can click the link and come up. Come add the context for us, Orange Pill. Come add the context. We're 13 to well, let me not tell you what I'm going to ask you. Come up here and add the context for us. That's all. You literally don't have to be twerking in the chat. You can come up. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to start. I don't know at what point we got to 1,400 people in the chat. I'm not sure when that happened. Maybe it's LB's face that has brought you guys on, but I do want to take a moment to say thank you. I really do truly appreciate that. And since all of you are here, let me just shout out Yogo, who has been timestamping all our live stream. I want to say thank you so much. So much to Yogo for that all that work you've been doing. So I appreciate that. It has not gone unnoticed. Do you think it stems from conscious or unconscious hatred towards his mother? If he was raised in a single parent home, he would be projecting his thoughts as to why his father abandoned the home. Just a thought. I think a lot of people don't know, so I'm gonna probably say unconscious because a lot of people are unwilling to do the work. And I've actually had a conversation with a man on here that fought tooth and nail. Is that mine or yours?
That is mine. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're fine. There was a man on here that fought tooth and nail that because his mom and dad broke up, and the dad decided to go fall in love with someone else and never came to visit him at all ever. And the mom didn't prevent the dad from doing so. It was still the mom's fault for why the dad left, and he was unwilling to concede that it might be his dad was just not the best person. So yeah, I think a lot of it is unconscious. I mean, I think there was a rude awakening, but that's just that on that. Theme is how can we join the Discord? The Discord is closed. We're gonna do a public one for everyone to be able to join. But yeah, the private one has been closed. Miss Stewart.
Hey everybody, can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Okay, thank you. I just want to first say, Themis, I appreciate the intellect that you provide to this channel. I also love the case study.
Really?
I love it. I'm
that.
so in love with it. I appreciate it. Keep it going. I just wanted to add, I don't know if it's a mental issue. I kind of feel like it's more rooted into jealousy and envy. When you have someone that has jealousy and envy and is so built up, what does it turn into? Hatred. And that's what we're seeing, a lot of hatred. So I really think it's more of a jealousy thing. I find that a lot of men are jealous of women. And it's weird. It's really weird because for you to compare yourself to a woman, there's absolutely no comparison. You wouldn't even think that a man's mind would go to comparing himself to a woman. And so when the jealousy and the envy begins, that's where all this hatred is stemming from. And I just wanted to add that. And then just another point I wanted to add, the submissive thing. I sat and thought about it for a while and I was like, actually men are more natural to be more submissive than a woman. And I say that because women are natural nesters. And who do you see conforming to a woman's nesting? Men. They will go with the pink bedroom set. They'll eat chicken every night. Do you hear that? They will conform. They will do whatever they can to get the girl to like them. That's conforming. That's being submissive. So really, it's more natural for men to be submissive than a woman. And I just want to throw that out there. Just food for thought. Just food for thought.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Please come back.
Sure, definitely.
Me, not me. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
I'm doing well.
Love the conversation. I'm going to talk super fast because I have like 1,000 points to cram into 1 minute.
Love the voice.
So first off, just wanted to start by saying that guy in the phone call, he sound absolutely demented, and that was very scary for her. But I want to go back. A couple of people have now mentioned the fact that a lot of this might be mental illness. And I do believe that there is a component that is a mental health crisis. Some of this pathology, I'm going to not try to diagnose it, but it definitely does fuel violence against women. And we see this a lot. I watch a lot of Investigation ID channel, disclaimer, but lots of folks who are, I guess, serial unalivers and also, serial Rs have this same type of rhetoric that they spew. There is this level of vulgarity when they speak about women, and that women are uninteresting, they're boring, and they're just sort of a whole, which is a little bit of what this man was describing, which was a little bit unnerving for me. And a lot of times you find with these, these folks that do this serial violence against women, is that it is taken out against prostitutes or sex workers because that is a crime of opportunity. They're dehumanized and they're seen as disposable others, even by the police who don't really investigate their cases as thoroughly as other, unalived persons because they're not working a respectable job. So I just find that the rhetoric is really kind of increasing. I believe that this is increasing the Black femicide rates. Also, just with men of other nationalities, I think it's having an effect as well. And we see Roe v. Wade getting overturned and the new attempted ban on birth control. I think that all these things are really interconnected. To say it very, very quickly, it is just a societal attempt to dehumanize women to really just being a whole or for pleasure, not a person. And I think there is a really negative pathology there.
Yeah. I actually don't agree with that they love punching down because intellectually they're not punching down.
They're not punching anywhere. They're punching themselves in the face, if anything.
But I do take your
and blaming us for it.
I do take your point, OG. I'm obviously kidding. Me, not me. Thank you so much. There's one more person, so you can stay on, and then we're gonna get into the next picture, the next video.
Quick side note: they're punching themselves in the face and then blaming us for it. That's so accurate.
No. Yeah, they're obviously punching themselves. But we know that they're punching themselves. We know what the results is going to be if you have any kind of forethought. Like even this idea that women are too independent and getting jobs, it's like, all right, but if you reject these women who have careers, you do know what that means for you in the end, right? I'm not going to say it. And the thing is, I am not here to convince these men to like women who are doing well. The reason I'm not about to do that is there is another voice being amplified about using women who are doing well. We talked about that the other day where this man was like, oh, the next president of the United States is going to be a Black woman. And I was like, interesting. And Black men need to get in line behind Black women so Black men can eat. And that phrasing made me extraordinarily uncomfortable. The what? Go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to add to the mental health conversation, and I think that now that men are unable to fit into this.
The what? Can you hold on for 2 seconds? Me, not me. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you guys sound very similar, but I just heard the difference. Go ahead. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy. Go ahead, Dora.
Oh my God. Last time you said I sounded like concerned. Apparently, I am a jack of many trades, of many voices. Maybe I should go into voice acting. I have no idea. Like, that's what you said last time.
Oh, no, you're concerned. I heard the concern just come out again.
Yeah, I was like, I
Go
hear
ahead.
concerned.
Okay, well, I went back. I don't think so, but you know what? Maybe I need to get my ears checked, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah,
Anyway,
period. Go ahead.
so then now that men are unable to like fit into this traditional role, but they are still fighting for the position as alpha male or whatever, I think that men are having an identity crisis because outside of manhood and masculinity, they are trying to find purpose. And when people are having identity crisis, traditionally, you're going to go to therapy. That's what you do. And recently, John Oliver did a segment about mental health and how the Black community suffers from lack of access to mental health. So then, like, if mental health is the answer and Black people, well, Black men are not actually, I don't think they even see themselves like they see it as an issue that they need to resolve. But taking your anger out on us won't resolve this internal issue. And that's where I think we keep going back in circles because it's like their answer is like, oh, women are this, they need to be submissive, they need to do that. We could be as submissive as you want. It's not going to resolve this issue. It really won't. It's not going to help. I don't know. But I hope that for the next generation, hopefully once mental health becomes more normalized, maybe we'll open up to it in the Black community. And hopefully in the future, we'll have better access to mental health.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I mean, in terms of mental health, you're going to have to accept that you need mental health help before you can even go forward. So if you're not going to accept that, we're at a loss.
Right.
So the next person is Kayash Janae. I messed that all up. Go ahead. How do you say your name?
You actually didn't mess it up. It's Kiajane.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Period. No one can come for me again. Go ahead. What say you?
Okay, so I have my notes in front of me, so I'm going to be looking down. There seems to be a collective of individuals in search of a leader to be a guideline on how to be a proper man. However, they themselves are unable to recognize healthy mentors and role models in human interaction, in addition to communication, largely resulting in the acceptance of fractured figureheads, ideas, behaviors, and thought processes, etc. Deterioration of self-development on all tiers, plus the healing necessary to do so, largely because people don't want to do the work, and that requires self-reflection and analyzation of where you fall short and can improve. We learn via experience, observation, reflection, internal and external, and seeking acknowledgement of proper resources requires challenge. Challenge means difficulty, and why would they seek critical thinking when you can rationalize into delusion and affirmation by others who also do not want to challenge themselves and critically think? And that's all I have.
Oh, I like the end. Why? So when you can sort of logic your way in some weird way to rationalize your own sort of degeneracy, but also mediocrity and lack of understanding of even how the world works, why would you actually engage in any meaningful development and self-reflection? I forgot who came on first to talk about self-reflection. Someone came up here a couple minutes ago and they were talking about how there was not a need for self-reflection because they don't have to. Or maybe it's one of the comments, but I think that's...
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
But this also goes into like what you see, like how you first learn to communicate with other people is what you see in your household. So the reason why it's so easy for them to accept like this is normal, this is how women are supposed to act, because all the interactions they've seen with women or males has not been healthy interaction, and they also are not. This is why when like on the topic like why so many people get triggered by Sierra and Russell, because it's not the normal interaction they have seen within their household. So that's why they pushing back against it. They don't want to admit to themselves that I'm not at that level of self. Like the man, like I don't remember the man's name, but in the video who was doing all the cartoon stuff, he himself admitted, oh, I didn't get myself together till I think he said like 35, 36. He able to admit that now because now he getting the attention he want. But I'm pretty sure during that time before he wouldn't have dare came up on the internet and being like, oh, I'm not where I need to be. I'm not making the money because it's within yourself internally that I'm not where I need to be as a man. However, you could rationalize into a delusion of it's okay because you see other people around you, and you're not where you need to be at, but you know that you're gonna be coddled. You're gonna be coddled.
To be fair though, and I haven't really thought this one through, it's even where that you're not where you need to be, there's a ton of excuse as to why it's okay that you're not there, right?
Yeah,
and so rationalizing is not only about your own power and sort of, we talked about locus of control, but the reality that like you can blame everything else. And not only will you blame everything else, you will hear everyone blame everything other than you for why you are the way you are and where you are. I think that's actually quite interesting. And I would love to read something on this. Like I would love to, a qualitative, obviously, study on this, because I think it's a quite interesting phenomenon. But none of the academics will probably touch it, because to do so is to probably overshadow the fight that they want to have, which is white supremacy and racism, which
it also requires an acknowledgement of pride. That's largely what it is. Like you have to put your pride aside to recognize I need to grow in these areas.
Yeah.
And people don't want to do that.
Yeah.
That's also why like, a lot of people, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
That's also why like a lot of people seek out it's easier for you to seek out a person who isn't on the same maturity level as you, because that makes it easier for you to manipulate them. That's often why so many of these older males, men, whatever you want to call them, want to get into relationships with younger women, because they feel they can manipulate them and mold them into how they want women to treat them, because they want to be looked up as like a godly figure. And if a person is at a maturity level to recognize this isn't how I should be treated, I shouldn't accept this treatment of self, I shouldn't be thinking these things about myself, then they're not going to be susceptible to what you're doing to them.
Yeah, that's on one level and a very important level. But even financially, when we hear about people going overseas, it's usually to poorer countries, again, where they don't have to. So it's a very interesting thing. To go for people in your group who are doing well means that you might actually have to improve and you might have to self-reflect. So on your note, where they date people who are younger than them and more naive to the world, they can manipulate in that way, right? Similarly, on a financial level, they can go overseas to less developed countries. I hate this phrasing. And they can weaponize the American dollar, the spending power of the American dollar, to have access in a way that they didn't have in the US. None of these approach allows them to develop at all, right? Like none of this pushes them to improve in any way. It's just exploitative. Like that's essentially what it is. But thank you so much. I could actually go on. Someone said predator, and I was trying not to say that word. But yeah, thank you so much. Kat, you have the last say before we go to the next video.
Hi again, everyone. So I am not going to try to push back on the mental health conversation that keeps coming up. It's great, and I do see the merit in that and absolutely understand. However, I want to posit caution here, especially for Black women engaging in that way. I really don't want this to be, coddling that's evolving into mental health now. in cognitive behavioral therapy, of course, you're understanding that the person is coming to you, right, to your practice with an issue that you are addressing with them, and understanding that this is affecting their quality of life, it's affecting other people around them, and how is it that we're going to apply how they're understanding this issue and how they're understanding how it's affecting others around them, and understanding that they are the center of the problem, and having them be the main agent that's going to act certain ways, implement certain tools, just ideas in order to change said behavior. So when I hear, mental health continuously come up in describing, people like the Greg person, then I start, I start getting a little apprehensive, because then it's to a certain degree removing accountability. It's decentering the person as as someone that needs to act to address the behavior. And really, again, as I've said, I feel that it's cobbling evolving in a way. And I do caution Black women to not use mental health as a crutch, as yet another crutch for men like this. There's many ways for us to engage in this, but I don't think this is, one of the main ways to engage.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
saying that it's
go ahead, me, not me.
But saying that it's mental health is not actually scapegoating, because if you're thinking about people who are, serial unalivers, are we then saying that those people do not have a mental health issue? Or these people that are committing femicide, do they not have mental health issues? I don't think that because that term is used, it correlates with coddling at all, because it is just a notation of how severe and how problematic and how deranged and how illogical the thinking has become. And that is a very scary red flag.
Yeah. And caller, your caution is noted. I think we hopefully in the chat can both recognize that this is not an excuse. Because mental health is not an excuse in the way that I think a lot of us try to use it and weaponize it. But I do take the caller's caution, but I completely agree with me, not me. Thank you so much. I haven't been able to listen, but I still wanted to support #team. Where is Stan? Where is Stan? I need to find Stan. How are you doing, Stan? Where are you? I'm kidding. Stay in the chat. If you're here, please stay in the chat. My blood pressure is not ready. Thank you, Sinji. Welcome, Royalty. All right, Orange Pill, you're back there. And it looks like, please don't, someone said, please don't summon Stan.
Wait. Orange Pill and Stan.
Summon is hilarious.
The first thing he's going to come up here and say is, I don't agree with Cynthia G. He goes, I don't agree with Cynthia G. I'm like, wait, okay, Stan, what don't you agree with? Cynthia G, can you repeat what you said? What?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
What do you mean? So you don't agree with her, but you don't remember what she said. Got it. All right, Orange Pill, go off.
Yeah, go off. All right. No, I was just wondering if you or anybody else on the panel had seen the whole T. Jake's message, not just that clip that triggered a lot of people.
Yes, I don't know if we have, but I did see the other part. I do find that part abhorrent. Yes, so I played it. I didn't watch it. When I played it, that was the first time I saw it, but I did go back because I wanted to. Paris Milan or Chrissy, I forgot which. I think Chrissy was the one who played more of the clip. And some of the women were saying they agree with parts of it. and disagree with other parts. But what say you?
Well, I guess if I want to talk about, I wouldn't say, because I don't want to focus so much on that part alone. I want to kind of talk about the whole thing in context. Um, I will say, like, he's definitely right about the men's part. What he said about the men, about real men pour in. Like, if you don't basically mean that if you don't have anything of substance to give to a woman, then you can't help her in any way. And that really stuck out to me. Um,
Wait,
and
wait. I think that's also good. Like the part where he was telling men to essentially do things with their life, I can appreciate that. But I think you had a problem with us playing the part we had a problem with.
well, it's not just you. It seems that, and I noticed a lot of things are you need the whole thing in context because like that's the definition
Wait,
of
wait,
cherry.
no. Do we need the whole thing in context? Did he not
Yeah,
say women should provide space for? Did he not say women should provide space essentially for men to be leaders?
yes, he did say that.
All right, and I disagree with that. So no amount
Okay.
of context, like no amount of context, is gonna change my opinion on that.
Well, okay, and that's fine. But like my thing is that I've noticed a lot of times when there's a one clip taken, they don't talk about the whole message because it makes it put all of it into because if you're holding because after that clip, people are, oh my gosh, see Jake's he's been listening to Kevin say, oh my gosh, he needs to be this is why I don't go to church. I'm like, come on, really? Like if you
Yeah,
listen
but
to the whole message, come on.
yeah, no,
That's
that's fine. But like the message, unless you're telling me that I misinterpreted the message because of the lack of context, I don't like I'm not gonna go through someone's list of videos and show all of the videos that I agree with to get to a point. Like I can just pull the point once I'm not misrepresenting the point, then I don't see a problem with that.
okay. Well, it's not all the videos. It's like I said, it's literally the same message, and people took 1 minute clip and said, aha, 1 minute clip of the whole message where he held both people accountable. It took the little part he said about women, or at least one of the parts he said about women, and said
So it
kind of
sounds like
made it the whole thing.
it feels like you're upset that people aren't giving him credit for something that he did and instead pointing out something that he said. Unless you're going to say what he said, like we're mischaracterizing what he said, if that is your opinion, then we can go back and forth. But if you're saying, oh yeah, you said that right, but he also said this, like unless what he said rebuts what we were talking about, like it's kind of like a useless conversation. Do you know what
Okay,
I
so
mean?
I guess I get what you're saying. You're saying like, okay, it doesn't really take away from the message, but it's the fact that he said this part right here that you take issue with,
Yeah,
something
that
like that.
part right there is essentially what is the problem, in my opinion, in the community regarding women and their success. So for me, when I talk about that part, if he says some other things, that is great. For those who
Yeah.
got it, they got it. But as it relates to women and what he's preaching, I think it is ridiculous. But
Well,
there's some women who actually would say, I want to be a stay-at-home wife, and so I will facilitate an environment where the man can lead, and I will give him opportunities to lead. And for some women, that's great. I mean, that's what feminism is, right? The ability to choose.
yeah, choice, right? And I will say that I will agree with him from what I see with my own eyes. I won't say it's for every woman, but I think that, like me working in nursing, I do work with a lot of women who do lead with their wallet, and it does. There is an ego to it. It's not just they use their wallet kind of as a means to kind of dictate. Because if they didn't have that money, they wouldn't necessarily have certain ways they feel, and I've seen it firsthand. So
Yeah.
it could be anecdotal, but like I said, I'm not
I
saying
mean,
every woman is doing this.
no. Maybe it is. Maybe women now have money, so they're like, I don't need you for your money. I
No, no,
don't
no,
see
no,
that.
no, no. It's not that. I think it's how they're coming off. Now they have their own money. They want to buy the house, stuff like that. It is kind of like hard. Like if your woman is buying her own house, own thing. It's like, where does a guy fit into all this? You know, in general, it would be kind of weird for me to kind of have my own house too. Like, it's like if I want to build with somebody or I have that hope of, I kind of wait, in my opinion. So not just, hey, come on in and find a bed. You know, just make yourself at home. It's like you kind of,
Yeah,
it helps to
well,
own.
I mean, I'm not saying. Well, you did say you, so that sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that sounds like an ego problem.
The ego problem. What are you talking about?
That's what you just espoused.
Yeah.
Sound to me like an ego problem, as opposed to a problem that is supposed to be cared about. Like
So
a
so
woman should not care about a man's ego if that is going to lead her to not get a job, to not spend her money in buying her own home. Like it sounds like an ego problem.
hmm. But I mean, it's not the ego problem. It's more so like, if where does the man fit in if a woman is buying her own? Like I said, it's not a question that has a direct answer, but it's just kind of more of a thought, not really like a more rhetorical kind of question kind of thing, if that's the right word to use. It's like,
Yeah, I
where
mean,
does the man fit in? Not saying that
it's not a
you got,
rhetorical question because you're
yeah,
actually looking for an answer. And the reality is you fit in however you think you should fit in. If you want a woman
yeah.
who doesn't have a home, then you find a woman who doesn't have a home. If you want a woman who is not educated, you find a woman who is not educated. If you have a woman who has a home and you also have a home and you guys get together, you guys can negotiate to both sell your homes and move into a new home, or one of you move into the other one. I can go on forever. The reality is there are decisions to be made when you decide to be with someone that can be done around a person's ego and outside of a person's ego. But if you believe a woman having her home does something strange in terms of relationship, I don't know what that means. Like that doesn't, it's not an attack on you, but it doesn't compute to me.
Well, I'm thinking in a man's standpoint, where do I fit in this? That it could create conflict, it could not. I'm just
Why
saying
do
that
you think the woman should not have a home? Like,
I'm not saying the woman shouldn't have a home.
all
I'm
right.
not
So
doing that.
what do
Do
you
that.
mean? Where does the man fit in?
But it's more, like I said, I'm not looking for answers. You said I was.
No, you are. You if you
I'm
say
not. Did I keep digging for it? I said it's not a question that has an answer to it.
it
And then
does
you
have an
said I'm looking
answer
for.
though. The
So
question is,
what's the answer?
you negotiate. If the woman has a home, you decide, do you have a home? If both of y'all have a home, you decide which one of the homes you should live in. Should you make these into rental properties and get a new home? What could you do? I don't know why.
I get that I get you have a lot of theories, but in a perfect world where you just negotiate, but I'm not saying it pans out to that. We just
You literally
negotiate.
have
You get
to. Like,
this.
there is no perfect world. In this
You
world,
have a lot of theories,
in
Stevens. I
in
like
this
them. They're very amusing, but
in
this is
this
not one.
world, in this world, you literally are going to have to make that decision. Do y'all live apart? Do y'all live together? If you live together, that's not a theory. This is literally what's going to happen. It's literally what is going to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
No, am I crazy?
No, not well. I don't know honestly, but I would say that I don't like. I think it's more than just negotiating. You just negotiate and then you just figure out where you fit in. It's not that simple. But like I said, I'm not like I said. That's not really like a.
Wait, Orange Bill, let's take a breath because I stopped your clock and I want to talk to you, but I want to read
Okay.
this. It was a man who clipped the original video and posted it on social media. Now, because it didn't get the response you were hoping, now we need to look at the whole video and it's being taken out of context. It's not taken out of the
I
thing
didn't
is.
say it was taken out of context. I was talking about you need to add
Wait, I said
context.
stop. I said stop. We'll talk. If the man bite the bait, then don't hit. Wait, where is the last one? I think there was one more. I don't know where the chat is. I apologize. Oh, here we go. Here's my contribution on the rent deposit for the space we'll be providing so men can be leaders. I'll send another for the lights to get turned on. All right. You say, and you are hiding behind this idea that it is a rhetorical question. It will
Yep,
create
sure am
conflict
hiding.
with insecure men only. Huh?
Sure am hiding. Keep going.
So if you can't find a space in her life, then you are not fit for the space in it. The employers don't change the job description because you don't period. Yeah, y'all are dragging. Wait.
I love this comment.
Lower your tone and go to therapy. Period. I agree. It boils
Right.
down to him wanting the woman to move into his and not have options outside of him. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. Well, I don't
That's not
know
even what I
if
said.
they. No. I don't know if they understand that it is a control thing, and not a quote unquote man thing. Why
Right.
would a married man ask you, the host, where does a man fit into a woman's life if she has a nice job and a home? Aren't you married? Shouldn't you have it? yeah, y'all are not
Why is it?
using the
What does me being
points.
married have to do anything? What does me being married have to do anything? Why is a married man?
Wait. You start. Wait, you can respond after. Ladies and gentlemen, estates over prenuptials. Buy a new home. Period. All right. So I think I got all of them. Tam, that is a lot. All right. Before we go back to Orange Pill or Logan, because I don't want y'all to be wasting time. Go ahead, R. Logan. I love your locks, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm just kidding. Listen, I'm listening to what this guy said. This
Please don't.
young man said,
Orange Pill is a mess.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to do a minute. What do you expect? I'm speaking to the men. What is it that what are you expecting? Like, do you want a woman who does not have her own? Is that what you want? So that you can build together? I understand that. If you don't, if you want a woman that does not have her home, she does not have her own house and good job, good salary, and all of that, then you find that person that doesn't have it and you build with them. Why is there so much of a complaint with women who are established or on their way to being successful? What is the problem here? Why complain? Why wouldn't you want to do the same thing? That's what I don't get. And this young man, I don't know how old you are, the young man that just spoke.
He's 47.
Okay.
He's not
Well,
47. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, go ahead. I'm gonna do something that I haven't done before. Go
Now
ahead.
that doesn't make sense. You're 47 and you're complaining about a woman that's not established. I'm sorry, I'm not going to sugarcoat. It does not make sense. You're 47. My son is 28. I'm 50. My son is 28 years old. No, he's 29. Anyway, he's 29. Why would I just don't understand. I've never heard him complain about a woman that has established herself. You have women out here today that are establishing themselves at 18, 19, 20, 21. So why would you complain about that? I don't understand. I just don't understand it. Sometimes I think that women and men, I'm gonna try to be quick. Women or men, black men and black women are just like worlds apart. We are just so it's a big divide here. And that's a problem. I don't know. I mean, I know it has something to do with us teaching our daughters. We're harder on our daughters, but coddle the men. I don't know if that's the issue. I just don't know what it is, but there's a problem here. If you, especially at 47, my son is 28 and he wouldn't complain about a woman that already has her own. I don't understand.
I thought the song said "I love her 'cause she got her own," but that came from Nia, and we saw where that ended. Let's do this. All right, I have the back chat is full. I'm going to do something that I've never done, and this is I'm not going to just quote unquote talk to men. The women are up here, so the women get to get chime in. We're going to do this for no more than 15 minutes, hopefully under 10 minutes. But we're going to have Orange Pill take center stage, and we're going to discuss what a man should do when a woman has a home. All right, that is the topic. Let's go.
Hello? What a man should do when a woman has what a man should do?
Yes.
A woman has a home?
All right.
I
So
don't
wait. All right. We're going to change the tone of this conversation. I'm going to at least attempt to change the tone of this conversation. So, the modern man, not the modern woman, the modern man is in a crisis in today's society. The crisis for the modern man is that women have been raised to be independent and not need a man. So because of this, we have men are lost and adrift, and there is not a real way for them to fully understand how to engage with women because these women don't necessarily need them. Am I correct in this assertion? Orange pill, yes or no? Just yes or no.
Yes.
All right. Clarence, do you agree with that? I don't think we've ever spoken. Do you agree with this assessment?
Yes and no.
Oh, all right. Obi, do you agree with this assessment?
Yes.
All right. You said no. What part do you not agree with, Clarence?
Well, it depends on the two people getting together. You know, if a woman has her own, that's something as a man you gotta make a decision and see if you're gonna deal with it. Now, if you somebody want a traditional,
Why is that something to deal with?
I'm removing someone. They're
if you're a man and you want a traditional relationship, then that's what you need to focus on and try to get. So that's why I say, yes and no. It all depends.
All right, Orange Pill. I feel like that's a very short question answer. So do you understand that, like, if a woman has her own and you don't want to deal with a woman who has her own, find a woman who doesn't have her own?
It depends on what your definition of has her own is, because you guys are talking about job and house and everything else. So what is her own? Because I don't want to agree to something be like, well, has her own, and y'all say what has her own is later. Does has her own mean a house too?
Yes.
Has her own house? No. If that's going to be in your definition of has her own, then no. I wouldn't look for a woman that has her own house. And it has nothing to do with the ego.
Wait, so to be clear, you would not date a woman with her own home.
No.
Is that like a deal breaker? And if so, why? I'm just curious.
The thing about it is,
2 seconds. Stop. For everyone trying to get in, the back chat is full. I cannot let anyone else in the back chat. I know this is like a really juicy or whatever conversation. Chloe said, ladies, get your education so these men can't manipulate you, and teach your daughters the game so the men today can fool them in the future. All right, no, let's give Orange Pill the space to explain why he would not date a woman who has her home.
well, I wouldn't date a woman that has her own home, because when I marry her, it becomes my financial obligation as well. And I didn't choose the home. We didn't choose the home together. I don't know what the issues might be with the home. Is the home I even like? So it's a big financial responsibility that when I come in, it's going to be a part of me. Not, oh, well, she's going to keep paying the house off, and I'm just going to be living here. So that's one of the big reasons why it's a big financial responsibility that I didn't sign up for. And you've already invested your money into that home, and it's not something where like we can just, oh, I don't like the home, so we're just going to move out of it. Like
you literally can. You can sell the home.
You can
exactly.
move.
You can sell it.
We can sell it, move, but does she
Rent
want
it
to sell
out.
it? But does she want to sell it and move?
What if you said you wouldn't date someone with their home, but what if they wanted to sell it? You didn't qualify any of this.
But you're adding something in just to get, like, you can just sell it. You know, she can just sell it. Like okay, I can't sell the home. I can't sell her home.
Sell the home, move to a rental. This is amazing right now.
I'm like,
But
so
So
what
wait
if
a
she
minute,
doesn't
okay.
like your home? But what if she doesn't like your home?
We're not talking about my home. What are you talking about? We're not talking about my home.
Wait. Let's stop. I don't want a dog pile. I mean, I kind of do want a dog pile, but I'm not going to do it. Let's not dog pile on Orange Pill.
It happens all the time.
You are saying if she was willing to sell the home, that would change things for you, though.
I mean, that's something down the road, but I'm not going to, for me personally, for the money I have, I'm not going to just invest that with the hope that she'll sell this home one day. That's
No,
dumb.
you can ask.
When should I ask her on the first date? When should I ask her, Themis, dating expert?
You literally can say, hey, if you all are
Hey, you want-
dating.
Right. Okay.
If y'all are dating and you decide that, oh, this is serious, and I'm thinking about starting a family with you and like getting married or whatever, married and then starting a family, whatever, however, and you say, hey, I would like us to buy a home together. You can literally ask that. Like, I don't know why.
I know I can ask it, Themis, but
then why would you ask me? Wait. Then why would you ask me? How would you ask it? If you already know you can ask, why would you then ask me how you can ask it?
I said, I know you can ask it. I was asking you how to ask it. I didn't ask you. Oh my goodness, this is
What do you mean? My husband literally asked me. He was like, he lived in an apartment. I had a house. We were
Yes.
dating. He said, hey, when we get married, do you want to sell your house? Do you want to rent it out, sublease it? And we can buy a house together. It's
Right.
literally that simple.
That's great, and that's great for your anecdotal world. But I'm talking about for me personally. So this doesn't mean that all men need to do this. This is what I would do in a hypothetical world. You guys like to talk about hypotheticals so much. So this is what I would do. I'm not saying all men need to
This is
apply
not
this.
hypothetical. This is real world conversations.
Wait. Let him
We're
go.
having a hypothetical situation.
Wait. Let's just say this. Let's say this. If men are thinking like this, please note that I think this might also be part of the reason why we are so far behind with the culture. I promise you that. I promise you, if men are actually thinking like, because the reality, well, actually, go ahead, Orange Pill, explain yourself. I'm not going to drag you. I won't. I refuse to drag you.
I would like to talk a little bit about,
Oh, Themis, can I make a quick mod note?
and then can I make a comment?
Yeah, make your mod note, LB, and then Orange Pill can explain himself. We're not gonna not let Orange Pill speak.
Yeah. No, okay. So for the chat, like I understand, I really do. But also remember that we have community standards and respect is one of them. We address the arguments, we don't attack the people. So please try not to name call and just, handle yourself with a little bit of cook in the chat. Please. Thank you.
Actually, thank you. I appreciate that. Only women in apartment, women who live with their parents, and women experiencing homelessness gets ring. Period. Go ahead, Orange Pill.
I mean, if we're going to be honest, I don't really know the percentage of women, of Black women particularly, if that's going to be real, that are all homeowners. So I don't know how big this conversation needs to be had, and for homeowners in general who are single. So, I mean, we can take this conversation as far as we want, but it's not really something that's going to be a majority. So,
yeah, and
I actually work in the real estate industry, and I would just love to make a few comments.
Do not give us any percentage because I would rather I would rather him continue with this in the abstract. But go ahead. Let me read the super chat. Where are the women who don't have a home or residence supposed to live when you're still in the process of dating and trying to move the relationship forward? In a shelter, her parents, her ex-boyfriend. No, you should
Really?
experience
So
homelessness for a while, and then that will prepare
so
you
true.
for marriage. Go ahead, me, not me.
So I won't speak to anything about statistics and Black women and home ownership, but working backwards from generational wealth, do you think that that would apply in the scenario that you're giving of making a woman give up a home in order to be with you?
Well, first, I didn't advocate for women giving up a home. I actually advocated for not even dating a woman that would have a home. So I didn't make up some scenario.
Wait, no.
Okay, so
Stop,
then
wait,
I
no,
just wanted to say,
stop. Wait, stop. Orange Pill, you realize say that again. You advocate not dating women who have homes. Like,
I know. She said I had a scenario where I told a woman to give up her home. I didn't even have a scenario like that.
no, but women who then want to be with a man, if they need to give up a home to be with a man because they will not get dates. I'm just extrapolating. If women want to date men like you and they have homes, they will then need to get rid of their home in order to be eligible to date you.
Or not tell you that they have the home to begin with. Can I jump on
That's
in
what
here?
I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, if that's what they want to do, I'm not advocating for anybody giving up their home. I'm just saying for me on the men's side, okay?
Yeah, no, and if this is his perspective, guys, we can't drag him for his perspective.
I get dragged no matter what, so I don't care.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's fear. I think it's an opportunity for us all to learn and don't drag someone for their perspective. So to be fair, you just said you're advocating for not dating women who have homes.
I'm not advocating for men to not date women who have homes. I'm saying for me, like you went around told all the men what they wanted to do. I'm advocating for me. Like I wouldn't do that hypothetically for me because I'm still not, like I said, it's a financial responsibility and maybe a financial risk.
You're making things up because what if she can pay it herself? I mean, she's been paying it herself without you.
Maybe a financial. I'm sorry, I'm making things up. What are you talking about? This situation isn't even real. So what are you saying? I'm making things up.
Yeah, exactly. She's paying for it prior to you.
Mm-hmm.
We can assume she can pay it even with you. So what does it mean that look, I'm not advocating for you to go bum it up with some women. Like, I'm not advocating that. I'm just trying to understand, what do you mean you're going to take on financial responsibility that no one told you to take on?
So because I'm going to be the husband or even the partner where I need to contribute. You mean to tell me, so you advocate for men moving in the house with a woman and not paying no mortgage?
I literally just qualified my statement by saying I'm not advocating for you to bum it up. Did you not hear that part?
I heard that part, but why did you make the example?
Because you said you cannot take on the responsibility. So did anyone ask you to take on the responsibility?
Would that not be expected of me?
Even if it is expected of you, that is the part of the process of negotiation to decide where to live. If you're saying, I want to pay all the bills, which I'm like, period, I'm here for hypergamy. So if you're going to pay all the bills, then you can tell her, you guys can decide where to live. Now, are you going to say, I'm afraid because I'm going to have to downgrade her life? Because that, I would then tell my daughter, absolutely not. But is that what you're saying? That you're assuming that...
You do a lot of assumptions. Come on now.
No, because if you can upgrade her life, I'm sure you would want to do that, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking. That's a question.
I would actually. I would. Now you can make that assumption.
No, I'm asking you. What do you?
I would. No, come on, Thieves.
No. I'm going to end the conversation because what you're doing is what. Actually, I'm not going to say because I don't want to diagnose anyone because I'm not a therapist. You are doing something very specific. It is very gaslighty, and you do not want to stand firm behind anything that you're saying. That is not okay. Like, don't say, just answer the question if you feel like answer it. If you think that it's inappropriate or you realize that you're down a road that you don't want to take, say, okay, look, I might not have thought this through. Maybe I need to go figure it out. But what you don't get to do is sit here and gaslight everyone listening and be passive aggressive. You don't get to do that. So unless you want to have the conversation, you don't want to have the conversation, we can decide not to. But what I'm hearing, and let me tell you my position, I think what you're saying is idiotic and it's coming from a place of pure ego. Now, I can be wrong about this, and that's what I am attempting to explore. Do you want to continue or we can end? I have another video we can watch.
Yeah, I would love to continue,
Oh,
actually.
excuse
You
me,
know.
real quick.
All right, go
We're
ahead.
at 14 minutes, 30 seconds. I just want to let you know.
Well, this live is gonna be extended. So, all right, you are not going to date a woman who has a home. Tell us again why.
Because it becomes my financial responsibility for something I did not choose to as my home. And because I'm I'm coming into something that I may or may not like hypothetically. It becomes a financial responsibility for me. I know for some men it might be like, well, where do I fit in on this? Where do I go? And I can see a lot of men having issues with that because they may not know where their place is in the home. And they kind of have to go by what she wants to do because at the end of the day, it's what she wants to do with the home. Does she want to sell it? Does she not want to sell it? Whether I have the money or not to give her a better home, does she want to? She could easily say no. I'm going to stay here, or no, I'm going to use the house for this, and then my money gets tied up into it. It's just a lot of hypotheticals when I could just find somebody who is not have a home yet, not homeless or live with their mama, but just somewhere else.
All right, so it's not in the affording of the home that you have a problem. It is the having of the home.
It could be the affording too. It could be way outside of something
No,
that.
no. In rejecting the woman, you are not rejecting her when she can afford her own home. You're rejecting her if she has her own home.
Yeah, because for the financial reasons, not necessarily because she has a home, because it has a home that I didn't choose myself or we didn't come together and choose.
Wait. So choose
Which I've
one.
said
I'm
multiple
not sure. Which one are you choosing? Are you rejecting the woman A because she has her home, or B because she can afford her home?
Because she has her home mostly, not because she can.
Well, you said
And that might not be always all the way true either. Just because she has one doesn't mean she can afford it.
No, I'm asking a question though. Which one is it? Is it because she has her home or because she can afford it?
Because she has her own home. But the second one isn't necessarily true either. So I don't.
All right.
But okay, we'll go with the first one, just for argument's sake.
Because she has her home.
Yeah.
All right. So that she's willing to sell her home, would that change your perspective?
It could, but I'm not gonna be, like I said, I'm already making that decision already. I'm not staying with her, like, well, at some point I'll ask her if she will be able to sell her home, and everything rides on that. So I'm not going to choose that person.
So it is not in the not having the home that you have a problem then. Because if she's willing to sell her home, you get back to square one where she can afford it, but she doesn't have it. But you are rejecting her on what? And you can do what you want after this conversation. Obviously, you're already married. But yeah. I'm trying to understand the issue because you are unwilling to accept that it's an ego problem.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, I'm going. I'm agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Oh, wait, you say it could be an ego problem?
No, I'm not saying it's an ego problem. I thought I was pretty clear on how it's not an ego problem, that it's more of a financial responsibility or financial kind of risk for me to invest with somebody who already has a home.
It's
so I'm
not.
thinking,
We just made a scenario where the person is selling their home.
I know you made it so you can be right about it, but that's still a risk. It's like, well, she could sell it. Okay, That's one scenario. Or she cannot sell it. Those both
Yeah,
can
and if she
equally happen.
doesn't sell it, then you don't be with her. Like, I don't know. You can
Exactly. So I don't have to be with her. So why do you keep trying to go back? Well, take her anyway. She could sell it. Like, I'm not
No,
going to
I'm
do
not
that.
telling you to take her. My question is to try to understand why you won't take her. I am not, don't take her. Don't take anyone. You need to understand that it's not in the having of the home that's the problem. It is your ego, sir. And you have not articulated. All right. That was too forceful.
Can I
Sorry.
say something, Demas?
Wait 1 second. That was too forceful. I don't know if it is in the ego. I believe it is in the ego. But when you're articulating stuff right now, you're not making any sense.
Okay. So if you're coming into a home and a woman owns the home
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, well, I like her. What do I do about this home? I don't really like the home, or I may like the home, but like this is not really a payments that I like. It could be an issue with the payments that is the issue for me. The mortgage payments, it could be issue with the house, it could be issue with the location, you know. And I'm like, man, I don't really like this house. It's gonna be a big financial risk. Then I have to figure out, well, does she want to live here? Who's living there with her? If she has other people living there, all this stuff, and then does she even want to sell the house?
And she
Or
said yes. I'm answering in the hypothetical for her that she is willing to sell the house.
but where after everything I just told you does my ego come into play? That's what I'm trying
you are rejecting. You are not you have not given us, outside of a deep sense of insecurity and maybe pride, a reason why you would reject someone merely on the basis of them owning their home. Even in the statement that I'm going to reject someone because they have their own home, that seems utterly ridiculous to me. And the fact that we are this far off in terms of planning, not just for yourself, but for your children and for your children's children, that's not making sense to me. Like, are we that off as a community? Like, is this how people think?
I'm still trying to figure out. You keep saying it's your ego, but I haven't heard anything from your end that shows from anything I've said. I've repeated 3 times, 4 times, how any of that is linked to ego, my ego, and something else.
You don't
keep
know
saying
how
it's ego, so I'm trying to figure out where is the ego.
Orange pill. Sorry, you're a nurse. You said, right?
Yes.
Hello? So, I'm trying to figure out how to put this properly. How do you not understand when I say ego, that this is an ego problem? Do you legitimately don't know what I'm talking about when I say this seems like an ego problem?
Please explain it to me, Demas. I'm lost. I am actually lost. How is this an ego problem for me to question the finances of the probably hugest purchase anybody can make, the hugest investment somebody can make?
Well, the way you say huge so confidently annoys me, but the way in which you are saying,
Same to you.
Wait, what? I didn't hear you.
I said same to you.
The way I say hugest, and I don't say hugest.
No, your confidence. Even in certain things that you don't have.
I don't mind you being confident. I just meant like. Wait, so you don't understand why I just said hugest either?
No, I'm talking about the way your confidence is with.
I'm not talking about your confidence. I literally.
I was saying same to you to that comment, not
it can't be same to you because I would. If my confidence annoys you, that's fine. But I wasn't talking about your confidence.
I know. I'm just saying same to you to that, Demas. Just keep going. Just go. I'm listening.
You're doing a very passive aggressive, dismissive thing,
really?
Which I don't know if it's just intrinsic in the
as facetious as you are all the time.
Huh?
As facetious as you are all the time, and sarcastic and saying stuff and slick stuff when I'm on here. Come on, don't act like you come in good faith. Come on, man, all the time.
I tell you exactly where I come.
Sometimes you actually say what you're doing.
All right, you know what? You seem really upset. So let me wind it back because I'm actually not upset at all. No, that laugh is very telling. You don't have to fake laugh. The difference between me and people in the manosphere is that you have a right to be heard on this channel. And if I have hurt you in any way that is not my intention. I am trying to have a little bit of fun, but I'm not trying to hurt you intentionally. So if I'm hurting you, I will stop the trolling and I'll be serious. All right.
I think okay, real quick, Demas. I think what happens is when I have conversations with you, you try to create like a false premise or something, and you throw things in the argument. Well, first it shouldn't even be an argument. It's more like okay, an open conversation. But then you turn it into argument, then you add things to argument, and then we get into semantic stuff. So I'm not trying to play those games like that. So that's why I'm kind of like just like no, let's just stick to the conversation, answering stuff directly.
All
And
right.
I know some other guys come on, you do that too. So
All right. Got it.
yeah.
Let me not throw anything in. Let's simplify this as much as we both can. You are telling me that you would not date a woman with a home. I've asked you to explain why, and you could not. Outside of the very obvious reason, which is I am the man, I should have the home, and I don't have power and control over this person, which literally lends to ego. You have not explained any reason why it is a case that you have taken the position that you've taken to not date someone with a home. Now, are there legitimate reasons to not want to date a woman specifically for the fact that they have a home? I literally cannot see one. I cannot see a reason why a man would say, I would not date a woman with a home. Like, I can't. So when you said that, it was very, very strange to me. And I'm asking you to explain to me why. I'm not even trying to change your mind. I just want to know why, because I want to know that the black men that I'm talking to are black men aren't actually out here just operating on pure ego, and the community be damned.
Well, like I said, it's not necessarily about community. It's about my own making sure it's a big financial risk for anybody or any man, or it's like, or anybody moving somebody who's already made such huge financial investments in something that they weren't really there for. And to stay with somebody with this hypothetical situation where they could sell it, they might sell it, is not worth it to me. Now they could be a genuinely nice person.
All right. But what if they would sell it? Like, what if if you ask them to, they're going to sell it? Does that change your assessment?
No, because I wouldn't be with them long enough to figure that out. I'm not gonna stay with somebody in hopes that they will sell it. Where well, they might sell it one day. I haven't asked them, so it's like something where like, okay, this isn't for me. This isn't for me because like I said, this is not something I would pick. This is not. I want to move in with somebody. Like, would you rather move with somebody that has a home, or somebody you can make the decision together and get a home together?
What if the home is everything that you want?
Oh man. Still wouldn't get it. Still would not get it. And that's not me trying to say I'm still saying
Wait. Why?
Because it's not going to be everything I want. Like I said, you're trying to make a hypothetical.
This is all a hypothetical. It is everything that you've ever wanted, including the price.
But here's what's going to happen. What I'm going to say is I'm going to say yes. You're like, see, that totally disproves what you said earlier. Because I made a super hypothetical you couldn't refuse.
Yes.
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 That's what you do all the time, though. It's like,
stop. I don't know why you're thinking that means something that it doesn't. You could. It could literally be the case that I asked a question and you said yes to it, and I say, yeah, see, that dismantles your first argument. That should not be the reason you say no.
That's what you do every time, though. You say, like, remember we had the argument about, well, what if she's better than you in every way? Like all these silly arguments see, that just proves what you said earlier, because I made a super hypothetical that was forced you to give me the answer I wanted. Now that this somehow disproves what you said earlier. Mm-hmm. So like you just want to win the argument so you can be right.
No.
And he's like, well, what if he has a helicopter pad and you could drop a helicopter? Like, it's like, come on, man. Just
Can I just say?
sometimes you're right.
Can I just say that the whole premise, I just need to interject with this, sorry, that the whole premise of moving in or dating someone that has a home in any way, shape, or form makes you responsible for that home or the mortgage payments is incorrect. And that's not in any state in America. You're not responsible for a mortgage just by moving in or dating someone that has one. And even marriage in some states does not make you responsible for that home. I just have to put that disclaimer out there because people are listening and I don't want anyone to be confused to thinking that that would go on their credit or that they would be responsible in any way for the home in most situations.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I actually do appreciate that clarification. Talking to you, Orange Bill, I'm giving you hypotheticals. It is trying to take your argument to the logical extreme. And yes, there is an attempt to bore a hole in your argument. That is what this conversation is about. If at any point you thought, I don't know what you thought, but that's how conversations generally work when you posit a premise and it's being tested. You test it to the logical extreme, to the extent reason can allow the person testing it to do that. I am not sure how you engage in conversation, but that's what we were doing. So if you thought we weren't, I can disabuse you of that notion now and say, yes, I was attempting to pick your argument apart. And to the extent that I can, it might not be a good argument. That's, yes.
But that's not really, you mean to tell me, so the basis of every conversation, if you're talking to somebody, is if they don't agree with your talking point, you make a hypothetical situation to the extreme level, even where it gets more unrealistic as you go on. So they say, you know what, I can see you're right. And then you go, oh, I win. Now my point is valid. Is that how you think conversation should go?
No,
because that's exactly what you did.
You're talking over me and I'm with you. You test the premise of whatever is being posited, and you can test it by going to the logical extreme. Now, at the end, even to the extent that we say, well, your conclusion, what you believe doesn't actually hold up under these circumstances, you can still cling to your belief and say, well, those circumstances will never happen, but you would still probably be working under a false or an incomplete, like just, I was going to say degenerate, but let's pull back. It just might be an incomplete premise. It might be an incomplete thought. It might have been a faulty conclusion. And you can still operate under that faulty conclusion. But if you are so viscerally reactive to your ideas being tested, that might be a problem that you need to work on. And I'm not a therapist, so you can take that with a grain of salt. But if you get this reactive to your ideas being tested, like you're upset, like you're literally upset that you're being tested. That's all that's what you're upset about. That your ideas you're putting forward are being tested. That is what is triggering you. How?
No, my thing is that you can it's one thing to test theories, and I get what you're saying by having hypotheticals, but you get to the point where you're just trying to test it to the most extreme, where we're just not even having a realistic theory, and and then you try to say, well, I was just testing out what you were saying, this, to push it to, like, no, come on, man. I get what you're trying to do, and it's not about being triggered. It's just you're really being disingenuous. And having bad faith conversations in this regard. So it's not like, are we, like, come on, well, what if you like the house? What if it's everything you ever wanted? It's like, okay, if you want to
Pause. You don't understand that. You don't understand why I asked. You said if she has a home, you wouldn't live in it, and you wouldn't date her. And I said, what? And because it might be a financial issue. And I said, what if it's everything you've ever wanted? You don't understand why that is the very next question. Like, you don't understand that. You don't understand what I'm doing with that question.
Well, here's the thing.
No, I'm asking you a question because this might be a real important part. You do not understand why I would ask the very next follow-up question to be, what if the house is everything you've ever wanted? You don't
No,
get
I
why I
don't
would ask
understand
that.
because you can't just leave it at I don't want to do. I don't want to
No,
move in
no,
the
no, no,
house.
no.
Like,
Wait,
okay,
I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Do you understand why I would ask you that question?
no, I do not understand why you would ask me that next question.
All right. And
It doesn't need
because
to go that low.
you don't know what to say. And because you don't know what to say, because
No,
you don't know if it's going to defeat your argument, you throw a tantrum because that's what you're doing now. That
okay.
is essentially what you're doing now. You're throwing a tantrum because you don't know how to answer the question to continue going down the line of conversation that you're trying to go down. And that's fine. That is fine if you don't want to continue.
Well, we already said what you were. You already admitted that. Yeah, I basically asked the question so I could put a hole in your argument. So I already knew the answer to your. Like, I already knew where that was leading, which we both agreed on. That's what you did. That's why you asked me the question. Just poke a hole
Yeah.
in my argument.
Yes. Yes.
So it's not that I'm scared to answer the question. I don't know what. I already know what. I already knew the outcome, and we both agreed that the outcome was what it was what it was going to be, and it's not getting anywhere. You just want to win the argument, and it's not doesn't help move the conversation forward either.
I mean, it doesn't for you. It does for everyone else but you, apparently.
Okay, so let's say
Wait,
yes, I
pause,
agree.
pause. For everyone in the chat, do you guys? No, let me not test because I already know that y'all understood where we were going, and I think this conversation has run its course because you're too emotional, and I can't do this. And by the way, when
No.
people say you're emotional, it's not completely to be disrespectful. It is. I don't know how to engage with you if all you're going to do is gaslight. Obviously, you're coming on, your ideas are going to be challenged.
Oh yeah,
Obvious.
all the time. I
Yeah.
don't knock it.
So let's end it there for now. All right, go ahead. I think I
Can I
haven't heard
finish?
Clarence.
Okay.
Wait, I want to hear Clarence before we go. I don't think Clarence has ever came on, so I want to hear this.
Well, I wanted to comment on the video, but Orange Pill, like I say, I just think it's your pride because it doesn't make sense what you're saying about her household or does she have a house? I mean, it's a lot of things you can do, and just like the young lady was saying, you're not responsible for it. No laws are going to make you say, okay, you're responsible for paying the mortgage. She already purchased the house before you even got with her. To me, y'all can go ahead and get together because evidently, if she's in the household and y'all combine the incomes, y'all can go ahead and purchase something and then rent the house out. So I wouldn't even, to me, you missing your blessing by saying you won't date a woman that has a home already, because evidently your income is going to add to hers, and it's all about communicating and letting her know, like, okay, this is what we're going to do, and just lead her. That's it. But you running away, she's just going to look at you like, oh, okay, he wasn't for me anyway. So just take heed of that, ladies. That's all I got to say. And as far as the video,
wait, before you continue on the video,
okay,
I don't give advice, but please take heed. I actually, Orange Pill might think I'm mad at him. I am really not. I just wanted to talk from my own understanding.
Yeah.
Please, this is a good thing. If men are telling you they don't want a woman with a home, that is not a bad thing. That is a great way. We say we can't vet, but like that, maybe that's a great way to vet. Like if we can create a checklist. Start with what Orange Pill just said, and you can eliminate that way. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and build a legacy. That's how I look at it. But as far as the video, I was kind of shocked about what was the uproar about what Bishop Jake said. But then when I listened to it, I kind of say, okay, it was towards men, and I could see how women would get offended by it. But I kind of believe, like, if you're deep in your religion, you would probably like, okay, this is something that I need to work on as a woman. And as far as men, you will look at it and say, okay, this is something I need to work on to better myself as a man. So I think that's where mainly the issue is coming from ladies who probably, they might be believe in God and all that stuff, but they might not be very, heavily involved with the church. So that was just my comment, and I just really wanted to enjoy listening to your show and see what different point of views and stuff. And if you could also point out some of the stats that you give, because I try to research them, but it seems like they so deep and buried, I can't find some of them. So I'm
Yeah.
not as smart as you, but
No,
if you
you're fine. I appreciate that. I
yeah.
used to put the stats under the videos and link to them, but I got really annoyed because no one read them, and then people would come and ask me where it is, and then I point it. But I don't put them there anymore. I will start dropping the links when we go into stats, because I said if people wanted them, then I'll start doing them again. But yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
And that's all I hear unless anybody had questions for me. But like I said, I could fall back and let somebody else get on.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. You're a new voice, so I'm here for it.
Themis, can I just say something real fast? Just
What's that?
nature.
Nature. Oh yeah. Wait, before you go, nature. Let me say that for Orange Pill, I am not dragging you in any way, and in fact, I lost my thought process in talking to you because I was so confused as to why you were confused. I promise, like, when you said I'm poking holes in your argument, do not get off mute. When you said I was poking hole in your argument, I don't understand why you would even bring that up. Obviously, um I am testing that which you're saying. And so for everyone who comes on here who has an idea, please know that I do test that which you say. And I don't think it is in any way a sort of like gotcha moment. Like, I'm asking very straightforward, reasonable in my mind questions. So, to the extent you don't want to answer, you can just choose to answer. I'm never going to go back and forth with anyone ever again regarding my process. I will just stop because I literally just kind of lost my train of thought because I've never had to explain that. I thought that was just kind of understood. Go ahead, nature.
Hi, Themis. How are you? How's everybody in the chat? I
Not
just
how
wanted
are
to.
you after that.
I just wanted to this conversation, like I said before me and my husband got married, he had an apartment. I owned a home. Like Me Not Me said, I did not feel comfortable with him contributing financially to my home because his clothes weren't there. He didn't sleep over. He didn't do any of that. And he took it upon himself where he said, well, he would come over and he would mow my lawn. He would clean my gutters. He would help me take out the trash. Things like that, because he felt that he needed to contribute in some way. And even that, I was like, I don't feel comfortable you doing this. Home ownership is a lot. And he goes, well, if we get married and we own a home together, don't I have to do this anyway? And I said, on per. I said, you know what? Let me be quiet and let this man do what he needs to do, because he wants to be helped. And that's just, he wants to be helpful. He wants to help me. And I'm never going to have anyone I'm not going to tell a man, no, don't help me do this and do that. Because I'm not cleaning my gutters. I'm not climbing a ladder. I don't want to do those things. So if he wants to mow my lawn, I'm going to let him mow my lawn. But because I told him he didn't have to contribute financially. He found his own way to help me and to contribute in his own way. He did not take it as me emasculating him. He did not take it as, oh, she's just this strong, independent Black woman and she doesn't want my help. No, he just said it, okay, that's her boundaries. She doesn't want to let me help her financially. Cool. But these are the other areas that I can help her in. So I don't see the problem of him automatically thinking that he has to help her financially. And I get it. A lot of talk of, oh, men need to help us pay the bills and blah, 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 blah. I get why he feels that way, but it's not obligated. You don't have to. So it just doesn't make sense to me because, again, my husband did not own a home. He did not take it as an ego trip. He didn't take it as I don't know, like he was less of a man because he didn't own a home. He just took it as, okay, one day we are going to own a home together. What do you want to do with this property when we get married? Do you want to sell it? Do you want to sublease it? What do you want to do? Because this is your home. And that was it. Like, we had a discussion. I said, you know what? Let's just keep it. Let's just use it as a rental property, and that's income for us and our future family. This whole, I don't see why this was such a big debacle in his thought process from it, because this is generational wealth. This is helping your family. Like, I don't know, like, you don't own a home, she doesn't own a home, so no one owns a home until you're ready to own a home. But it's like, even buying a home together, no one is gonna like everything in a house. I don't understand that. You can see maybe 15 different houses and be like, nope, I didn't like any of these houses, and your spouse loved all of them. So saying because he moved, I it just doesn't make sense. Like, listening to it just didn't make sense to me.
I mean, the only logical answer is ego. But to be fair, let me just say this. Well, not to be fair. Actually, this is really bad. It sucks realizing through talking to people, to the extent it's generalizable, it sucks realizing that maybe white supremacy is not the biggest problem in the Black community. Like, and it is. I don't care who is in the chat who disagrees with me on this. I'm going to fight this to my last breath regarding the existence of white supremacy. I think it exists. I think systemic racism is real. You're not going to convince me otherwise. It's not a debate. It's not up for debate. That being said, hearing the mentality of certain people, it baffles me, because if a critical mass of us actually think this way, we have no chance. If a critical mass of us, if enough of us think this way, like, there is no way we are going to, like, it absolutely not. Like, if I'm going to end it there. Go ahead, Obi.
Hello, teammates. Hello, everyone. This is super interesting. Men have been raised. A lot of us men have been raised with a paradigm that the only way to be a real man is above women. So anything that threatens that paradigm is a threat to our manhood and our identity. What's happening right now is an identity crisis of men not understanding how they can be men where women are being empowered too. Because the only way we used to be men was to be providers and protectors. Now we're not doing much protecting anymore because the police is there. We're not doing much providing anymore because we don't have enough income to do that providing. So we still need a woman's income to do the providing, to be co-providers. But the men still want that paradigm of man over women. It's as simple as that. Anybody that's trying to sugarcoat it or twist themselves into a pretzel to try to make it sound logical, it is that ego at the bottom of it all. That is, and that because we cannot. We're not able to deal with women in that old paradigm anymore. That is where all the frustration is coming from. And can you see the kind of thought process where we know that in America, the main way to build wealth is through home ownership. A man should be excited. It should be a green flag that I see a woman who is so financially responsible that she's already thinking about building wealth, so I can join with her and build more wealth. But no, that is a threat to ego. So whatever happens, that threat will not allow the person see the other people see that as a threat. I don't understand how someone can see a financially savvy woman that can help him build wealth, raise financially savvy children, and they say no. If we're gonna say that, then a woman that has a car that she's paying for, you can't take that anymore. You have to reject women that are educated too, because they paid for school and you didn't choose their major. So all that is left for you is uneducated women that don't have anything, but you don't like those ones because they're supposed to be gold diggers too. So what do you want?
Yeah. That's what John. Oh, by the way, I don't know if Jonathan is here. I am actually looking to have a conversation with him. So if Jonathan is here, not tonight, he might have just happened to come here, because I don't remember ever speaking to him prior. But if you're here, Jonathan, let me know. And I would like to speak to you again on a live, because I find Um, I find this your take very interesting. Um, yeah, you're right, Timus. Your biggest problem isn't Miles looking outside when the call is coming from inside the home. Yeah. Who else who had something to add before we move on?
I don't. Okay, let me just say,
Just the
I never know how I come across. So orange peel, if I offended you, I'm sorry, but I needed to hear you out, and I heard a lot. And I don't. You say you're 40 something.
No, he is not. He is not 40
Okay,
something.
okay. So I can make. I'm not. Listen, I'm not really. I'm not trying to throw shade in at all. But you can meet a woman who has her own house. I have nieces. I have a niece that met her husband at the gym. Okay, she had her own home. He had his own. I don't know if he had an apartment. I don't know, but she sold her home. I don't know if he sold his home or he put in a 60-day notice, and they bought their own home together. That should not be an issue. You letting little things come between you and your happiness.
Well, I'm going to actually push back on that and say, Orange
Okay.
Girl, if you don't want a woman with a home, don't date a woman with a home. In fact,
Right.
do not.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I do agree with that.
No. And the reason is, well, we're not about, well, Orange Girl is supposed to be married. So first of all,
Oh, I don't know the background.
yeah,
Okay.
no, you're fine. And the reason I say that is I don't know when it comes to men changing, I don't know if I am not on this platform willing to set women up in that way. Absolutely not. Because the way in which he has doubled down, like, I can't imagine if I continue this, I can't come back from it. But I'm going to. I can't imagine a woman being in conversation with Orange Pill. I feel horrible saying that, but the tactic in which the way in which you engage in conversation is very disheartening because
Me?
no, not you. Oh no, not you, Orange Pill. Orange
Okay.
Pill.
Hey, I'm open to it, so I just wanted to know.
Oh no, I would no. You're lovely. It reeks of a sense of entitlement, dismissiveness, gaslighting, all traits are that I won't do. And I don't know how anyone can actually engage. Maybe you're just antagonistic towards me, and that would be great, actually. That would be great. You can respond to this. But if you converse with people in your everyday life the way you do with me, you lack all sense of accountability in my mind. And instead of owning and sitting in what you said and how you said it and what it means at its logical extreme, it feels like you will push away all responsibility in an effort to derail instead of own up to the fact that you were wrong. And the critical thinking seems absent in some ways. And I will have to private this live stream, but I think that's how I feel. And
Why?
I don't know what that means. No, go ahead. You can respond to that if you would like, Orange Pill. And
Why? Okay, I'll let him respond. Okay.
no, wait. Go ahead. You can say.
I'm just wondering, why would you private it?
Oh no, because that what I just did. Go ahead, Orange Pill. If you want.
Hello.
You don't have,
Yeah, I'm here. So in regards to how that, like, I know you're talking about how I have conversations with other people and how is the exchange we had is something that's possibly on the outside. No, it's not, because I actually am pretty open-minded about people's general ideas about how they conduct relationships, how to do anything like that. What happens is you don't really have a conversation with people and they have different ideas and all you want to do is just poke holes in it and then give hypotheticals until your what you say is right. That would not be what I would do for people. That's what you were doing with me, and that's only particularly with certain people who you have a disagreement with that you do that. Otherwise, people can just kind of say whatever their ideas are. But it's supposed to be an exchange of ideas, not to poke hole at, just to really understand where people are coming from. Not to say, well, you're wrong and it's all your ego. I don't care what you say to me. You can say it 3 times over. I'm just
No,
going to give you a
wait,
hypothetical.
wait, wait.
Okay.
Let's not put that out there. I never said it doesn't matter what you said to me. It is the lack of you saying things to me that led me to the conclusion that it was ego. And it does bother me. It actually hurts a little that I said what I said, because I've never felt this definitive about someone, but it either you don't understand honestly, or you are doing something that is extraordinarily dangerous in my mind. And the danger is not with me, because like as soon as I log off, I'm fine. And I'm fine
Same
on
here.
here too. But what you do, if you're doing this in real life, I cannot imagine someone having to go through this with you. Like I can't imagine.
Yeah. Well, when I have conversation with people, we like if we had this conversation outside of it, it would be more of a conversation where I say, well, I wouldn't date a woman that had her own house because there's a financial, obligation, even if it's not on my name's not on anything. As a man, for me, I feel like I should contribute financially in the house, whether it's my home, her home, whatever we join together, hypothetically. And I didn't make that decision for myself. I came into it, and that could be both ways. Because even for my wife, she wanted the home for us to go in to get it together, not move in with me. She didn't feel
Wait,
comfortable.
so people in your life don't push back on you?
Well, yeah, they do push back on me. But my thing is that I don't. But when I tell them things, they're not saying like, that's it. So let me give you a hypothetical situation to the extreme level, so I
All right,
can poke a
wait,
hole in the argument.
pause. Do
Not
you
even argument.
understand why hypotheticals are used when you give a statement?
I understand, but how you use them is you go. It's one thing to go to make the person think more, but you go to the point, like I told you before, where you said, well, what if your wife is better than you than everything? What if she better than you everything? It's like at that point we're not having hypothetical. You're just trying to win the argument, or it's not even supposed to be an argument. It's supposed to be exchange of ideas, but you turn it
Yeah.
into an argument.
No, it's not an argument. It was never an argument. If I say, what if your wife was better than you in every way? Obviously, admitting your wife is better than you in any way, every way is not the issue. It is testing something that you said. Do
I
you
know,
not?
but that's not. But okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. That I get what you're saying. You're testing what I say, but if once I give you the answer that quote unquote refudiates my thing, you use it as a way to be like, see, that pokes a hole in your argument when it really doesn't. You put it to the extreme level. Nothing is absolute.
Listen to what you just said. When
Yeah.
you give an answer that repudiates what you said, then I use it to repudiate what you said.
In quotes, I would say, and repudiates, quote unquote, repudiates. You give something that in your head repudiates. Aha, see, that poked a hole in your argument when I put it to the extreme. So therefore, the whole argument is invalid. And it's like if we're gonna do something where you just give.
Wait. I would never have said the whole argument is invalid. The argument to the extreme would be invalid because at the extreme it doesn't hold up. That's what I'm showing.
Really?
And
So you wouldn't let that dance?
Huh?
But how is everything absolute? Like I wouldn't do it, but like obviously there are some things, but the way you use it, you put it to the extreme to refutate, poke a
I
hole
think
in
you
it.
don't understand what argumentation, and that's not a drag. I don't think you understand how arguments are formed, attacked, rebuilt, and then repositioned. I don't think you understand that, because if you did, you could easily point out the fact that even to the extreme, if this does not work, I don't expect to be in this situation. However, it will work in other situations.
But that's so I go, well, yeah, in this situation, where I like the house in every way, and it's the house I've always dreamed of. Yeah, I'll move in. And then what would you say after that?
So it is not her having the home that is the problem. Like, it's not it is your ideas about what her home is going to be that is the problem.
That's where you would poke a hole in it, and that wouldn't really even that wouldn't even establish that you're correct. It's like, oh, well, since I put it extreme, it's your whole, like you said, the whole argument is invalid because you would invalidate my argument after I agree with you. You would have said, well, see, your whole argument's not true because I put it to extreme where the house is everything you ever dreamed of. So it's not the house that's the problem; it's your ego. So like literally what I just said.
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah.
And you're okay with your representation of yourself?
I am. I'm very okay with the representation of myself because at the end of the day, I don't have to. Well, I don't have to choose a woman in a hypothetical situation. I don't have to choose a woman that already has a house, and that should be fine. It shouldn't be, well, I don't agree with you, and it's your ego, and this is a problem for everybody, all the men. I'm like, dude, it's just my particular thing. Why can't I have that? Everybody can have their thing. It is not an ego, and you can say it's my ego, and that's fine.
No, you're arguing that everyone can.
I'm not arguing. I'm telling you, I'm not arguing.
You are telling me that everyone can have their thing, and that's okay if you're willing to say, I have my thing that I'm unwilling to defend.
Why do I have to defend something that's my thing? Why do I have to defend it for you?
You can. That's what I'm saying. You literally don't. But
and I shouldn't have to be put in that position. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you are going to be put in that position if you come on a live stream, said it to me, and I'm now questioning it. And I've asked you before we engage in the conversation, I said, do you want to continue? We don't have to continue. You can take ownership of it and not continue this conversation.
Well, the thing about it is I keep giving you why I don't do it, and you keep saying it's your ego, and you won't tell me how it's my ego. You want to give a hypothetical.
Why? When I gave you a hypothetical and you refused and decided that you're going to throw a tantrum and we're going to fight about my line of questioning instead of you answering the question, it became very clear that it was about your ego. Because what you did know is if you answer the question in the affirmative, yes, I would move in if it's everything that I want, then it becomes less about her having a home and more about you not having control over her in her home or having a home that you wanted. But when that's out of the picture, you are confronted with a question about, well, is it that she has a home or is it that she can afford a home? Is it that my pride is hurt? Is it that my ego is bruised? You are not confronted with other questions that is beyond her being a homeowner. And you did not want to face any of those questions subconsciously, probably. I don't know. I'm not here to try and diagnose you. But at the point when I asked a question where you thought you were trapped, you lashed out. That is weird to me. I'm not going to say what it actually is psychologically because I don't want to do that. But from my perspective, it is very strange that you would lash out when a question is posed and you feel trapped.
Well, it's not lashing out as tantrum. It's actually just calling out what your agenda is. And like you said, you poke a hole in the argument, which you admitted to get the answer you want. But that's not. Is that really even?
It's not to get the. You keep adding things to. It's not to get the
you admitted
answer I
the
want.
answer you want. You admitted it.
Did I say to get the answer I want?
Yes, you did.
Did I say to get the answer I want? Did you really sit here and say? And I said that.
Do you want to rewind back?
I'm not rewinding it back because I never said that. I said I poke hole in you. All right, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah. First off, hi everybody. I'm gonna try and say this as respectful as I can. Firstly, Orange Peel, you have the right to have whatever preference you desire. I think nobody's ever questioned, oh, why can't I do this or date this type of woman? You have whatever preference you want. Just simply, you made a statement, and on this podcast show, we have a discussion about it. It just is what it is. And I have to say, it does kind of sound like, you are trying to have this combative point to get a rise or get whatever, because everybody has presented you with logic, and it's like, okay, either you don't understand it, or it sounds weird to me ultimately. But one thing I do want to say is that it does sound, this whole argument sounds like it's hustling backwards. I didn't think we would have a hour and a half longer discussion about home ownership. That is really odd to me. I don't. This is home ownership. They're negatives, but it's mostly positive. I don't know what you want. Like, is it what is she allowed to have any type of ownership?
Is she allowed to have agency? No, she should be homeless until
Hard
she
to agree.
finds
Like, what
him.
business? What is it? Like, it's what is so damaging about her owning a home that you don't have to make payments on? You're not on her lease or on her mortgage. That's already been said.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said I would private it, but Orange Pill said he liked the way he represented himself, so it does not have to be privated. All right, I think we can move on now. Does anyone else have anything else to say, you guys, before we move on?
I did, just really quickly, and again, not directing anything towards Orange Pill in particular. Just again to the chat and the people listening, that general information about home ownership, that is the quickest way to build wealth. And I don't know. You said earlier you didn't want me quoting stats about the Black community and home ownership. Is that okay now, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And so actually, Black millennial women are within our community, we are outpacing the men with home ownership. And there are statistics to back that up. There's an article that just came out in February of 2022. If you want me to pin that in the back chat, I will. And so actually, male Black home ownership is honestly decreasing. And you can look at the stats, on that. But home ownership is such a gift and such a monumental undertaking. And for the community, for future generations, please don't give up your homes. Please accumulate as many homes as possible. That's all I'm going to say, because having assets helps get you out of debt and helps get you out of poverty.
Yes. And
I just wanted to say,
go ahead. I don't know who that was.
I just wanted to say, I think it's more than, oh, hi, this is Reese. I think it's more than just that. I think it's kind of like an insecurity. It seems like these men don't know how to bring value to their relationship besides money, or they want you to have power over these women because I think they believe that's the only way they can keep them or have some kind of control over them.
Yeah, you're going in and out.
Can you hear me better now?
It's going in and out. It's very choppy.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hi, may I say something, Themis?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. To piggyback on what Reese said and what Obi said, this appears to be almost like a global phenomenon with the Black man. I was reading about President Kagame of Rwanda. And as you know, after the genocide and the massacres and everything, the population of women is like, I want to say 65, 70%. 70% of the population are made up of women. So of course, the country literally is being rebuilt by mostly women. Everything from starting businesses, getting the agriculture system back in place, rebuilding and restructuring housing, providing for the widows and the orphans, etc. Now, I'm not saying this to say the men aren't doing anything, but I'm just saying 70% of them are women. Most of his economic panel and political panel is made up of women. And do you know, Themis, that the men over there are still stuck and trying to play out this a Victorian archetype cosplay. That's all I can call it, because they are literally requiring these women who, they're busy about the business of rebuilding the country. They're requiring that these women come home and do chores, and they're bragging about how they are still running the house, because their wives shine their shoes every day, and just all of this foolishness. And I'm just like, why does it appear to be so hard for the the black man, to use his imagination and redefine what it means to be of value in your marriage to a woman who is the quote unquote breadwinner? I don't understand this, because I grew up with two parents, and at different times throughout their 55-year marriage, they have it's been like a seesaw. One decade he was the breadwinner. The next decade she was the breadwinner. I mean, I don't understand why there's this general feeling of worthlessness that they feel if they're not able to say, I am making all the money and I make all of the decisions. And it's just really weird to me.
Yeah.
And as far as the house situation, I feel like this, everybody don't want to be homeowners. I'm okay with that. Some people just want to have a really scaled up apartment in a nice area, and they want to use their money to travel, to start restaurants or whatever, just to engage in something else. They don't want the what they feel is the hassle of owning a home, or running a home, or being responsible for a home. They rather be responsible for, say, their restaurant or whatever businesses they have. I get that. But I don't get, yeah, I'm interested in living in a house, but I'm not going to date someone who's a woman if she has a house, because that she'll have some kind of leverage over me. To me, it sounds real close to how white folks are afraid of blacks gaining economic power. They like, if they gain power and political power and economic power, they're gonna oppress us just like we oppress them. And I feel like too many black men believe that black women would, start to oppress them and
I
abuse
mean,
them.
to be fair, if that were going to happen, it would have happened already.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just, where's the evidence of that? I
I
need
mean,
some.
I heard one person, people were saying black women sold black men into slavery. And so I'm trying to figure out if black women were leading black men even on the continent. I don't think these people actually think about what they're saying before they say it. At this point, like the fact that I am here and people like, I don't even know which I prefer. Do I prefer them being smarter about it and not saying it out loud, or do I prefer them saying it out loud? And I prefer them saying it out loud. But them saying it
Me
out
too.
loud means that they're not smart enough to keep it in. Because the point at which black men are online saying they're not going to date women who have homes, what do you not see how this is a problem? And white supremacists can take this and go do whatever they want with it, because it's just at this point there's nothing I can do. Black Span, you said you wanted something to say.
Seamus?
Yeah, wait 1 second, Obi. Before I don't know if Black is on Span. I don't think you've been on before. Hello. All right, go ahead, Obi.
This I'm trying to make logic of it is not fruit is not going to be fruitful because it doesn't have to make sense. It feels right. It looks right, so it must be right. So anything that challenges that feeling of it being right will be rejected. It will never until that paradigm is shifted. It will stay this way. This is a different way of thinking. It does not have to have logic attached to it because like when you push things to logical extremes and there's holes in your argument, that means it doesn't make sense. You have to reject it if it doesn't make sense. So you can't accept that it doesn't make sense. You have to do everything else to still hold on to that feeling that it is right for a man to be above a woman, and anything that if she gets power is going to challenge your own authority over her. So the less she has, the more you can dominate her. That it feels right in the heart of a man. And it sounds, if it looks right to him, it looks like it's the most effective way to do things. But we're not in that environment anymore. So men are struggling how to do that. So they're making things that are clearly illogical decisions based on that feeling of like the man has to be above.
Yeah, I mean, and they gonna make illogical decision. They gonna say it, and they go double down, and then they gonna throw a tantrum when challenged. Like you're poking a hole in my argument. Well, if your argument was solid, I shouldn't be able to poke a hole in it. But you are. Well, it's not strong. Then you might want to fix your argument. Simple. Like it is that simple. It is literally that simple. The whole point about of coming over here. Not the whole point. Hopefully, I am entertaining in some ways, but it is to build better arguments like that, like hopefully us talking make sure that you think through more of what it is that you're saying. I appreciate that, Obi. um who didn't speak? MJ.
Hi, Damon. I'm back again. So yeah, what I wanted to say is, it seems like Orange Pill, he doesn't want to say something that is going to like trigger him, or someone's going to use it as this is how he actually see things. But it is all about a sense of control and ego, as into why he wouldn't want a potential partner to have a home or to have any type of access and resources, because he's fearful, and he has stated that he's fearful that she might be able to use it against him, where he wouldn't be able to have a leadership role within that household. And because of that fear, he doesn't understand that he is displaying to potential mates, if he doesn't have one today, that he will use that against you. He has no problem with you being a woman being put in a situation where you're at the beck and mercy of whatever he's feeling that day or how he views it. Like one day you're the cream of the crop, and then a couple months later he doesn't want to be with you anymore, or he found someone better and he can kick you to the curb. And that's how it leads to financial abuse. That's what leads to emotional abuse. He has no problem for women being in that predicament. He has no problem with women having that sense of trust that you won't do something like that to him, to her. But he will never give a woman the opportunity to do that to him because of the basis of his fear. And I think it's a sad way to think. I think that also is hurtful, painful, and is abusive to women. But I'm also saying it is also setting him up to be abused as well. Because like he said, there are women who will use that opportunity to take advantage of men and put them in that, submissive role that they don't want to be in according to their manhood. And they will find an entry in. They'll come in, they'll have you spend everything, have you pretend to make you feel like you're in charge and everything like that. And on the flip side, behind the scenes, they with another dude, stacking up bread, going on dates, You know what I'm saying? They treating you fine and perfect. You know, you like, oh, she's a great woman. They stacking up, they stacking their bread, and then later on probably putting acid or something in your cereal and waiting to get that life insurance. So I just think you want to be mindful of how you want to operate. It's okay to be fearful. We as women, we fear, and I understand men have certain fears too. But when you're going to be dealing with the opposite sex, you're going to take risks, and we just need to do the best that we possibly can, do our due diligence, but come with a truthful mind to it. And it was just kind of a little annoying that he kept on giving you the runaround, because that was what it really was, right? He didn't want to be painted in that bad picture of, I just want to control women because it's safe for me and it's about my safety. It's not about her safety, it's about my safety. He didn't want to seem that selfish. And that's all I had to say.
I appreciate that, but I would advise you not to give advice to these people anymore. Because that was really good advice. But the truth is, I think a lot of us have to learn the hard way certain things, certain truth. And if that is how you operate, that's how you operate.
It's
Orange
wasting
Pill's
energy.
argument sounds very hedonistic. It is very self centered, self aggrandizing, and it doesn't actually think about how two people can come together and build. Rather, it only focuses on the man's power in a relationship. But what MJ just spoke about, I think, is very, very interesting and useful, but I think it's time that Black women stop wasting their breath on certain people. I actually do that. Like, I'm kind of the point at which we so arrogantly proclaim certain things. I think is the point at which you leave it alone. And I didn't leave it alone because I'm not a Black woman. And so I'm going to ask my questions how I want to ask my questions, but I refuse to drag the chat into coaching anyone with me. I refuse. Y'all have done a lot. The fact that y'all are even still here, because if I were a Black woman, I would have been checked out of this conversation. Absolutely not. Oh, you don't want anyone with a home? Goodbye. Themis, let me know when this person is off, because I'm not about to watch this. I would not be watching. If I were a Black woman, I would not be watching Orange Peel talk about what he wants, because as soon as he said he does not want a woman with a home, I would have clocked out. I would have clocked out. If I'm watching, I'm only watching to laugh. Like, that's the only thing I would watch it. I absolutely, like, the reality is, if women want to be with a man like you, what you're telling them is that they should not advance in their life. They should not own their homes, because a man like you, if they wanted one, is not going to want them. Now, that's a good thing, because women should not want a man like you. Unfortunately, however, women are going to Black women seem to be tethered, as Erica would say, to Black men. And so, unfortunately, there's going to be some impressionable young girl who is probably going to internalize some of this and say, oh, to get a man, I probably shouldn't get a home. No, you need to go get your home. You need to go get your home if you can afford it. You need to get your life together. Don't listen to these men talk about your education. Don't listen to them talk about your job. Don't listen to them talk about your home, because their insecurity should not be projected onto you. It is ridiculous. And if we listen to them as a community, men and women, if we do, we will suffer the consequences. We will, because we will not advance. We will continue to be the underclass, used, abused, and discarded. That is it. That is all. Do not listen to Orange Pill talk about homes. That is what Orange Pill want, and he's married. Orange Pill, I would like to speak to your wife. I know that is not going to happen, because we are under the impression that you do not have a wife, but I would like to speak to your wife to verify that she's okay with this setup. But if you don't want to, that's fine also. Go ahead, LB.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, so honestly, exactly what you said. I kind of checked out when I heard like the second or third loop. I was like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. But also, like, it just made me sad that I sat here and after he did all that and ran us in circles, that I saw a black woman apologize. I saw black men trying to rationalize what he said. I saw a black woman give him advice. And honestly, I feel like it's all wasted energy. And like, I just want to point out the fact that we've been here for about like maybe 10, 15 minutes, kind of debriefing, and it's all been centered around Orange Pill. And although he was upset about being criticized, note that he is still here feeding off of everyone's energy. And that's all I have to say. And Orange Pill could say whatever he wants in response, but I will not be responding because he won't be getting any of my energy today. Beyond
I
this.
don't kick. By the way, I don't kick people off generally who is the center of the conversation, but I take it he's willingly
No,
being
he's
here.
willingly staying here listening because he's feeding off of all of our energy. And I would love for our conversation to be able to move on. But I no disrespect to you and the
No. All disrespect, all time. I'm kidding. I'm here for the drag. I think a fair critique is always welcome. Love me some sis, MJ, though some of us are checked out, Themis. I've been interested to see if you could converse with emotionals, and we respect that you're trying. Themis. Smash that like button.
Emotionals is hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, it is true. It is very weird to see grown men devolve into sort of childlike tantrum throwing. But what I will say is, I don't mind anymore talking to people. I didn't want to like attack, so hopefully I didn't. But at some point, the truth has to be the truth and it has to be said. But I'm going to say, Orange Pill, for us to move on. Do you have any final words? And could we speak to your wife?
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, you can absolutely speak to my wife. And any final words?
Wait, is she there now? Wait, no. You can say your final words. Is your wife there?
No, she went to go work out with her mom.
All right. When can we speak to
No,
your
you
wife?
don't. Maybe possibly tomorrow. Let me see what she's doing tomorrow. Cause I'm
Wait,
off
is she available Friday?
Friday. I know she's back to work. She works overnights, like 7 to 7, so 12-hour shifts. So,
Oh, so you're okay with her working, just not owning a home?
which I did say. I didn't mention. Did I mention anything about working?
No, I'm just asking. You're
I
okay
know
with
what
her
you're asking.
working?
Yeah, I'm okay with
You're,
working. I didn't mention that. Yeah.
you're okay with her working, just not owning a home? No,
Well, we don't have to worry about. Well, we don't have to worry about that now because we both own a home together. So.
Yeah, but I'm asking.
Yeah.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. Like you.
Well, you always got your slick stuff you say. I that's because I already know your little slick stuff you're doing, man. Come on, let's have it. Can you ask me what are you really asking me? Oh, you're okay with her? I'm just asking. Come on, you're being so bad faith questions continuously with me. Oh, are you okay with her not owning a home then? I guess. Are you okay with her working? Oh, come on, really? Just being silly at this point.
Wait. Now you up here being emotional.
I'm not. I'm laughing at you, honestly.
Period. I know. Look, I am someone who laugh. I know a fake laugh when I hear one.
Wait, dude, I laugh at you a lot. Trust me. When I'm just watching.
Period. I'm here for you laughing.
It's not fake. Trust me.
So you're okay with her working overnight shifts, but you're not okay with her owning a home prior to y'all marrying. Period. And that is the husband. He wants to be a provider and he wants to take over the bills and all of that. And that's why he's not going to date someone who had a home. But after you guys get married, you can work overnight. Period. I'm here for it. I love
no period, nothing. You added all kinds of stuff.
What did
It
I
has
add?
nothing. It has nothing.
What did I add? Tell me what I
A
added.
lot of
What did
stuff.
I say that was
Well,
not a? What did
it's
I
not
say that was
about me.
inaccurate?
It's
Did
not
I?
about me. It's not about me being the provider. That's the main reason why I don't want her to have a home yet. And first of all, I mentioned that I want us to get a home together that we both decide together. It's not about
Mm-hmm.
getting a home when I feel like it. When somebody said something about
Mm-hmm.
get a home when I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it,
Mm-hmm.
or anything like that. It's about both of
Mm-hmm.
us making that decision together.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's it. I mean,
Period.
unless you know otherwise. I mean,
And
I don't
yeah,
know.
and what about it? And that's that on that. Period. I'm here for that. But is your wife available on Friday? Can she come on without you?
Yeah, I can see if she works. I'm pretty sure she may or may not work. I don't know. She works Thursday, Friday. She probably works like 3 days in a row. If it's like a
Period.
super early show, maybe, but she works 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
It
So
is that is a hard time to work. But
she's worked it
period.
for years.
Yeah, she gotta
Yeah.
provide. Absolutely.
I
So
know, 3 days a week.
yeah, overnight. Period.
I know, me
So
too. I work overnight too. Anything else?
yeah, you better compare yourself to your wife.
You
Period.
the one. Okay. I mean, you're
I was
bro-
very
you're,
petty.
you're being passive aggressive. Oh yeah, you got her working. Oh yeah, period. Come on.
I'm not being passive aggressive. I'm telling you
Oh
directly
yeah,
what
you
I'm
got she
thinking.
working overnight.
Yep.
Ooh, she needs
Yep.
to provide for you. Ooh, come on, Demus. Can we stop this and
No,
have a
I want
conversation?
to talk to her. I don't want to. I am tired of talking to you now, Orange Pill. I
Me
want to
too.
talk to your wife. I want to
Okay.
talk to your wife. I want to hear how your wife is doing in this relationship.
And what are you hoping to see? Some you gonna poke some holes in that too?
That sounds weird. No,
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
did
have
actually.
hope.
Yeah, that was kind
I'm
of weird.
gonna have hopefully a lovely conversation with
Hopefully, yeah. And
your
I won't even
wife.
be in it. I'll be y'all 2 or 6,
What?
whoever's in here. Y'all 2 or 6 or whoever in here. Y'all could have all the ask all the questions y'all want.
Period. You might not have a wife after the live is over, but you will have a wonderful
Oh no,
conversation.
I will. I will. Okay.
All
Yeah.
right.
So let me set that up and I'll email you. And what time will you be on live? Now she might be working. Pretty sure she works Thursday, Friday, probably Saturday, and maybe all Sunday. Because if she's working, she's not trying to do anything, honestly. So if she's going back to back shifts.
All right. So
So
she works Friday.
yeah, she works Friday. But let me check on that first. Let me because she might be off Sunday. I don't know if you do a Sunday show. Anything?
Yeah. I mean,
I knew this day would come too, by the way. I was like, they're gonna at one point he's gonna be like, I need to talk to your wife.
so you have someone, a sister, a cousin, to pretend to be your wife.
No, it'll be a real wife, you know. It'll be a real wife, not my sister, nothing like that. It'll be
All
my
right.
actual wife, you know.
So Sunday, when should I
Not that it will
schedule?
change any of y'all's opinions or anything, but yeah.
Can we verify this information behind the scenes? Because I have sources that can help me out.
No, you ain't verified nothing.
No?
So, but I'll bring her on. I don't need you. I don't need you. LB, come on, please. I don't want you.
Are you really gonna sit here and attempt to disrespect LB? Is that what we're doing?
Really, she disrespected me talking about what? Will you need to verify behind closed doors? Come on, really?
No, I think that's
Nobody wants
not
to
a
see
valid
behind
question.
closed doors.
Wait.
What does it matter? Come on.
Wait.
Why do I need to verify my wife? Okay. Go ahead.
Wait. LB says you should verify this behind closed door. Is that not a valid question? A valid
Well, hold on.
suggestion?
Verify it how? What do I need to verify my wife to do what?
The time you seem confused about when your wife works.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know her schedule like that. Like she
Yeah,
works,
you
she's
seem
3 on,
confused
4
about-
off, 3 on, 4 off. I mean,
So you think you seem confused about when she works? Like, is
no,
that
I'm
not?
not confused about when she works, Demus.
Do you know when she works?
She works 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Her
What days?
days, it can change. Oh, it could change throughout the week. It doesn't. It's
So
not
you
no.
are confused, or you don't know, or you don't remember which days she work.
I don't have her schedule.
Okay, so
I
you
know.
don't
I know the
know.
shift she works. I'm not confused. I don't know her schedule for this month. I was like, she may have a stretch where she works 3 days on, 4 days off. So
All right.
yeah.
So you don't know when she works.
I know she works starting Thursday.
I feel like you think I'm doing a got you moment. I'm literally just
I'm
saying.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Themis. I don't really have any reason to really like feel like it's a gotcha because I know she's my wife. It's a lot of y'all that may think I'm not married, and that's fine. So, but I'll bring her on. Like, I mean, I have nothing to hide about my marriage. So,
All right, period. So she's off today, but she's out working out with her mother.
yep, sure is. We're off tomorrow though. If you can maybe set up something tomorrow.
I can't. I have a job.
Right.
So I will, however, do it on Friday and Sunday. Does
Quick
that work for
question.
you? Go ahead, LB.
Orange pill. You guys are available tomorrow at what time?
It really doesn't kind of matter. It could be in the afternoon.
Oh, I want to know a time that works well for you.
It could be like at nighttime, maybe between 5 and 7, maybe.
Between
I'm
5 and
just
7. Can you narrow
well,
that down to an hour?
I'm sorry, what you say?
Can you narrow that down to an hour range? Between 5
Between
and
5 and 7, and you want to narrow down to an hour range.
Yeah. You know, actually, no. You said you're available between 5 and 7.
Yeah, but I gotta make sure she's gonna be okay with that. But she shouldn't have an issue with it. Seems
Okay,
pretty
so
reasonable.
yeah, no. I worked in insurance too long for that. The whole I got to check with my wife thing. That's not going to pan out. Never mind.
Okay,
I was
I don't
just going
care.
to
So
say
anyway,
that whenever you're available, I'll block off some time and I'll open up a chat. Don't expect me to interact with you, but you can bring your wife on and y'all can have a conversation.
yeah, I'll stick to Themis, not you. So I can work out something with
Narrow you
Themis.
down to a specific time
I
frame.
don't care, LB. I
Wait,
appreciate it.
wait, see, stop. All right, we're good. So we'll figure this out because what we're not gonna do is disrespect LB on here. That's what we're not gonna do. So we're gonna stop this conversation now.
Okay.
I do appreciate all of you guys for coming on. There's some people in the back. Let me add you so we can just.
Wait, hold up. Ari Rude Boy is in the comments talking about I sound like a secretary.
Look, all right, cool.
Thank you.
This is tiring. I appreciate you guys. Let's do everyone gets a minute to wrap up final statement. Let's go. The only reason Orange Pill hasn't been dropped off is because most of the conversation was centered around him in the end. And I do not like you guys can go off and say, oh, Themis had me on his panel and they trashed me and he didn't give me a chance to reply. You can say that, but that will never be true. Go ahead. Let's start with Orange Pill. Go ahead, Orange Pill. Your final statement.
All right. I guess I will see you guys with most likely Sunday with my wife, and that's it, Themis. You can ask her whatever you want.
All
Okay.
right.
It won't be my sister. Won't be any stuff. You can ask her, when did y'all get married, all this stuff. Or is it questions you want? No. I'll let her ask it. That would be fair. Because if you ask me, then
All
it would be not
right. Well,
Go ahead.
well, period. I would say I appreciate you coming on, but I no,
Be
I would
lying.
say that, but I'm not going to because it's not that I don't appreciate it. It's that I think you have probably changed a lot of my opinion when it comes to Black manhood, and not just completely for the worse, but I think there is a lack of understanding, even even to the extent that you believe what you believe. You saying it out loud does something very specific that I don't know if you understand. But it's better that people know than don't know the truth. So if that is what you believe, that is what you believe. Thank you for being on.
No problem. Thank you, Themis. All right. I'll see y'all Sunday.
Bye.
All right.
Now that I get mad for no reason. Mad. I got an email. We did a live stream about this, but I also got an email. And there were people crying in my inbox about how I'm always trying to set people up. And that my questions are unfair and that I'm unfair. Yeah. Not you should invite Sinji to that conversation. And I'm unfair. There are times when I do build up to a question. Will say that. There are times when I do build up. I promise that is not always the case. Most of the time I'm legit just like randomly asking questions. It's not like I have a series of questions listed here. Sometimes I'm literally just talking and I'm like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Can you explain this part? And just that alone causes an uproar. So I don't understand what it is. Wife works 8 days a week. He mad hypergamous. Yeah. Period. Obi, go ahead.
Okay, the last thing I was gonna say is that the model of patriarchy that we've always had for thousands of years is not working anymore. Like it's broken. Most men are suffering under that model, but we're still fighting hard to hold on to it because that's the only way we've been raised to think that we are men. That's why we're struggling with it. And the thing is that everybody now has a mobile phone with an internet all over the world. Feminism is spreading. And once a woman takes freedom, you can't offer her less. So men, we need to adapt to this changing world and just get it together. We can either try to turn things back and force women to submit and just be controlled, or we can learn how to negotiate and offer and ask for something and give something so we can have a better balance so we can move forward. I know there are threats in being married these days. I know about the court system. I've gone through it myself. So I know about all the threats and the things that men are scared of about marriage. But like taking things back to 1920 or 1820 is not the answer. We need to adapt, and that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Obi. Who is next? MJ, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So, Themis, I just want to say thank you again for letting me on. I really do appreciate it. And it was lovely being on a panel with you gentlemen and ladies. And the biggest thing I will take away from it is that I'm glad that this conversation happened. It's not necessarily for the men. I'm actually happy this is something that the women got a chance to actually hear, got a chance to actually analyze and see where things doesn't make sense, and when certain situation gets questioned, that the reaction, what happens to it. And I know a lot of us probably see it in our day-to-day lives, but to actually see to analyze it in live on a live stream and have it happen where the double talking was occurring is really powerful, and I think that will make better decisions from that. And I know this is like a realization to the men who partake today, the ones who don't necessarily agree with everything that Orange Pill view, that if they are community based, that they maybe want to work and talk with their brothers. And I do agree with you, Themis, that women need to stand down. I definitely do agree with that. And I hope everyone has a lovely and safe night. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think Mecca is next.
Hey, Themis. I'm
Hey.
Mecca. I just came up. I had a lot more to say, but since we are closing out, I know you're trying to get out of here. I'll keep it short. And I'll just use this time to give you your flowers. I've been watching YouTube a long time, and you have the best, this is the best panel ever. I do not chime in. And this conversation is so necessary. Coming from the person, I am the statistic that everybody hypothetically speaks about online. I'm the fat Black woman with 4 kids, single mother that should have chose better. And I'm the one that is living alone, will probably die alone. So this conversation for me is very important. And I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see it done in such an intellectual way. And everybody it's just so nice to see. So hopefully next time I'll join in on time and be able to actually say what I would like to say. And that's pretty much all.
if you want, we can have a show where we can just converse or talk offline or something. If
Mhm.
you can think about how you want to contribute. If you want to like be more involved or you want to have a conversation, because I heard you say something just now that made me really sad, but know that you are loved over here, and we
Yeah,
got you.
it's not a sad realization for me. It's just a fact, as what they describe, I am that I match. But, you know, I was a submissive woman. I was raised by a domineering father, and I was taught to be submissive. But then this world, that does not work out, and it does not match in this world. And it's a very dangerous game to play with your life. And you will reap the benefits of doing that. So and I am now single, and it's a very peaceful life being single. And I would gladly die alone peacefully if this is what we face out in the world, because it is. It
Oh,
is.
yeah. I mean, if you have a choice to be with that or be alone, I will tell you to be alone every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm glad I was able to at least make it up for a minute. Yeah, have a good night.
Please come back. Please come back. And I do hope they're sending you all kinds of love in the chat. So I hope you feel that. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Concerned.
Hey, I was in the middle of writing out my notes. So I have 3. One, I feel like one of the questions that came up for me was, what do you get out of talking to Themis? Because you've been here for a few times, and he's consistently been like this. So and so it's making me wonder why you keep coming back. Because this is not the channel to just drop a soundbite and not have your ideas challenged. So it's giving to me that he's here to stir stuff up and promote his channel. The second point is that I feel like within the manosphere, there's confusion around what free speech gives you the right to in conversation, because that's usually what they go back to. You have the right to, you have free speech from the government retaliation. You're judged in society, though, by your values and your actions. And so you day to day get judged by how you treat people and the things that you say are your values. So this shouldn't be new. You don't seem like you should be new to this. And then the last one is this entire dialogue made me realize when we think about the Black community moving forward and building, this might sound, repetitive, but like observe the fact that they're like actively undermining moving forward with some of these things. And so it's just giving to me that they're willing to sacrifice that community for whatever, for their own domination or whatever, but it doesn't seem like they're trying to build anything. I'll go even further to say that they're trying to unbuild things. They're trying to hold us back. To what reason, only God knows, but it's scary because it seems like the game now is them dangling companionship and love and family as the bait to get Black women to basically give up on having a future.
I saw a post. I was trying to pull it up, but I couldn't make it big. Where it was talking about how Black men are the face of misogyny and patriarchy without benefiting from it, and obviously, those were men whining about nothing. But what I thought about as you were talking was the fact that in the way that I think other men benefit through production generally and conquest really. I think there is an identity crisis happening where in reality, in a couple of years, the median income just generally for Black women will be above Black men. I don't think that has happened in American history for another group. And so, I mean, you have to come to some kind of realization that, well, we are not doing well. We already know that. but add to that that we're not even doing better than the women in our group in a patriarchal system.
Can I add one comment to that?
Yeah.
Because I know that we're trying to wrap up. Thank you. I would say that the shame of that, I know that, and this is not to push back on you, but I think the shame of that is holding us back and starting a lot of these fights. Like, I don't know how we need to move forward. I'm not pretending to be an oracle, but it's making them it's incentivizing them undercutting our accomplishments and wasting our time. Like, I think that there needs to come to a stage where Black men are at peace with the reality of where we're at and can move forward and rethink, because we're not gonna beat white people at their own game, you know. So I just feel like that kind of like cringe at, oh, you're not even doing better than the women, is spurning on a lot of this time wasting.
Yeah. No, I mean, the band-aid is going to have to be ripped off. So, like, at some point, it's going to have to be ripped off. So, yes. Lips. If LIPZ.
Hi, this is my first time here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for having me on your panel. I've actually started watching it because of Cynthia. I just wanted to share with the ladies here on the panel is that when it comes down to home ownership or you owning a condo or any big ticket purchase item, your time and your life is now. Don't wait for anyone to have your good time. Don't wait for anyone to forge your future and to build your security and your nest egg for yourself. We've seen time and time again that a lot of these men don't value relationships. They don't value commitment. And even when they are with their choice women, they still mistreat and neglect them. So there's no need for you to wait. And there's no need for you to compromise on the lifestyle that you want to live if you can afford it for yourself. I really strongly believe that whatever it is that woman can do, if she has the opportunity or ability to do so, she should just go ahead and do it. And that man is just going to have to work around it. Why should you give up your home? Why should you give up your condo? Why should you give up your quality of life that you're accustomed to just so he can feel bigger? What he needs to do is grow up and get bigger.
Yeah, period.
That's my contribution.
Exactly. Team Misinto, keep having the men on the panel. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. I was having sound issues earlier. That's the reason why I kept jumping on and off your panel.
Oh, all right. No, you're fine. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I agree with literally everything that you just said. People keep saying to let men on and let them talk. It's actually quite interesting because whenever men come on, I didn't know this until yesterday. Yesterday, when I was going through my analytics, the live streams with men do the best. And the reason is because of all the foolishness that happens on it. Hopefully, the women who are watching are laughing and not like taking any of this seriously. But what I found is the people who are coming up here are not representing men well, or maybe they're actually doing it perfectly. Maybe that's exactly what the representation is. But if that's what the representation is, that is sad. I am choosing to refrain from these all men's panel going forward. Actually, the moderators are going to be mad at me and Petty is going to be pissed. The reason it's hard is like, it feels like they are helping to grow the channel in a way that I don't want. Like, even if I disagree with these men, at least be able to like speak in a way that doesn't just screams you don't know what you're talking about. And so it's really frustrating because as much as I don't want to identify with it, I am a part of it. Like, I am one of them. They are one of me. I don't know that it's just really, it's embarrassing. Let me be honest. It is extremely embarrassing. I'm very much embarrassed. I've been embarrassed for a while now. It is extremely embarrassing. And I don't know if it's fair, but to the extent that it's useful, then I guess I can do some more. But yeah. Um, Go ahead. Lips, by the way, that was very well done. Black, you're on mute. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to come on and make two really quick points here. I don't have time to make them both in their entirety, but Orange Pill is a prime example of why I believe black men are masochists. They truly are. They live for the torture, which is why they love to date outside their race to more domineering race of women, because black women aren't built to be that type of counterpart. Number two, Black Orange Pill was a prime example on black men today, the modern men, since they want to call us so modern, weaponizing our success. You know, it's like instead of being proud that you found a woman who fought through redlining, fought through corporate America, fought through westernized education, and appreciates the fact that she made it through all of that and is still willing to even date you, you should be proud of her. You should be proud to have someone like that on your arm. Instead, oh no, she had no sense to buy property young when it was a buyer's market instead of a seller's market. So I can't date her. You know, if you're literate, you're undateable. If you have a degree, you're undateable. It's like at some point they're gonna have to stop celebrating mediocrity because that's what it is. They want you to dim your light and dumb yourself down. Don't speak well. Don't be eloquent. Don't be poised. How dare you not slouch? How dare you not use ebonics every time you speak? And they want you to lower yourselves to another level, frequency wise, professionally wise, just in every sense of lowering that you can lower, all the way to the down floor because that's where they're at. That's why poor black men and poor white women make wonderful couples. They are both humble, and it's a damn shame that you want me to sell my home. I inherited my first house at the age of 19 when I was in college. I bought my first home myself at the age of 22. So you mean to tell me you want me to get rid of two properties just to date you and your property list? No, sir, I dare not.
You dare
I
not.
just honestly feel like black men need to start talking to black men and stop talking to us so much. Like I told you the last time I was on your panel when I was on my road trip, we're tired of listening. You have nothing else enlightening to say. The only thing you can say at this point is be quiet. Silence is a virtue and it's a blessing, and I don't think it no longer applies to women. They need to
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. It's time for them to be quiet because they're not saying anything worth listening to. There's nothing in the past 100 years since Reconstruction that they have attributed. Period. We have one recovered dusty in history, and that's Malcolm X. Everybody else is just full of dust and dander, and we all need Benadryl. Just listen to Orange
Ah,
Pill talk. I know I'm
ah,
over here wheezing, my eyes are swollen and everything.
ah,
I
that's
bet that's why
funny.
you couldn't hear me the first time you called me up because I was all choked up.
Now we need Benadryl.
So, so stop
The dust
it.
and dander, yes, God.
Wait, I
Let them
didn't
be
know
broke,
dandruff was
homeless, and
one of.
penniless. And at least Orange Pill was honest and he wasn't a trash bag bandit. Because so many other men exploit you because you do own a property and just bring their clothes on over, bring their clothes, their STDs, that car with no spare tire in the trunk, no jack that he
Black,
got from his mama,
black,
and she don't even know
black,
you using the car.
black, black.
Yes.
You're in timeout. You're in.
Okay. Don't put me in time out. I'm already standing in my daughter's room in the corner, so I didn't have to pause the TV. All right.
You're definitely in timeout. Why you drag? You call them dandruff.
I mean, Dan, you can't get rid of it. You need some head and shoulders now. Then just spray these motherfuckers down with it.
Brilliant. Thank you. By the way, there is someone in the back that I will bring up in the after show if he is still back there, because I'm sure he has a ton of issues with what is happening. Thank you, Black. I think the other person is R. Logan.
All right. Thank you guys. You have a wonderful evening. And again, I enjoy your panels. Keep it up and let them keep coming on there, exposing their hand because women don't believe it when other women like Cynthia G tell them this is what's out there. So if they
Yeah.
can see it, maybe they can stop mirror worshiping and understand that sister not lying. This is what it is.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was like a psychic attack in a way that women were being harmed by having these people up, but maybe it's not. So I
It's
will.
not. It's very revealing.
All right, good.
Thank you. You guys have a
Thank
pleasant evening.
you too. Our
Bye-bye.
Logan.
Famous. I love you. You're an analyst.
Oh,
I'm gonna say you are an analyst. Okay. I don't really have any closing statements. I'm looking at everything and I'm laughing and I'm crying. I'm laughing and I'm crying because is this really where we are? The disconnect is hurtful. I'm not going to even try to hide it. It's hurtful. The disconnect between Black women and Black men in our community. I'm not going to lie and say I don't care. Okay. You have divestors and you have everything. And me, I'm turned off by the dusty mindset. I'm definitely turned off. Okay. But I'm thinking about my children. I have a 29-year-old son and a 21-year-old daughter. So I'm good. I know I've handled myself, but I weep for the younger generation. I really do, because there's such a divide in how I don't know if it's how we were raised. I even have to look at myself. Like, did I expect more from my daughter, she's going to be a senior in college? Did I expect more from her than I did my son, who's 29, almost 30 in January? I gave both of them the same opportunities. I did not distinguish at all, but I kind of feel like I may have been a little bit more harder on my daughter. And is it because we are unconsciously looking at our daughters as, okay, you got to do this. You got to be the one to go out there. You got to be strong. You got to do this. You got to handle everything, and coddling our sons. I had to look at myself. I didn't do that. I gave them both the same opportunities. My son, he has more of a struggle than my daughter, but I gave them the same opportunities, the same training, the same nurturing, all of that. And he's doing good now, but it took a little while. He's 29, he's going to be 30. So it did take a little while. And I don't think, parents should really be down on themselves about how they raise their children, as long as you're giving them the same opportunities. I did that. My son, he's doing good. He's looking out for himself. He's a hard worker. He does not even like my help. He does not accept my help. He's so prideful to where he does not. I ask him, "Do you need help? You need money?" He does not do that. He even got mad because his girlfriend, they were going through a hard time and they had to ask me for money. I've helped them out a few times, but he didn't like it. So I know I raised me and his dad. His dad, we had joint custody. So he was raised right, but I do question myself, and I challenge all other mothers to question yourself. If you have a son and a daughter, are you really raising them equally, as far as giving them the same opportunities to make it in this world? Because this is a dog eat dog world. And truthfully, I kind of like agree. Sinji says, don't have males. I say don't bring any kids into this world right now. And the way it is, unless you are able to care for them. And if you are intellectually able to not just breed them, it's not about feeding them and clothing them. You are responsible for a whole human being and how they are going to be in this world as an adult. You're responsible for that. And I think that a lot of us in this, in the Black community, we recklessly bear children. I'm sorry, I said it. We recklessly bear children.
Wait, I'm gonna stick a pin there because
Okay.
I have so
Yes,
many
sir.
questions and I'm not getting in there because we're gonna have a debate next Friday.
Okay.
Cindy's gonna talk about there's gonna be a debate with Cindy about her position on selective breeding. So that should be interesting. For those who want to participate, email London. His information is in the community tab. And then London, myself and the moderators, including LB and London, will figure this out by next Friday. Thank you so much, R. Logan. And we're going to go, I'm going to play the end credit thing, and we're going to come back and we're going to add someone new to the stream to see what their issues are. Thank you, R. Logan. Wait. Hey, Stan.
Hey, Timus. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, wow. What is up?
Nothing much. I don't understand. I'm a little bit down that you said that you are ashamed of us as men. I don't think you should be. I don't think you should be. It's like there's some men that you don't represent all men. Sorry. I don't agree with that comment. You shouldn't be ashamed of them. And I don't agree. And I don't agree with whatever the man who basically had a problem. If a woman wants to have a property or a house, good for her. I'm not gonna not date you. I'm not gonna not date you because you have a house. Yeah, my ex-girlfriend had a house. I had a house. I didn't come to her and say, "Oh my God, you got a house. I'm not gonna date you." No, come on, people. That is stupid. Come on. She wants to. She has a house. She has a house. She has a degree. She has a degree. I have no problem with that. The problem I have is using your degree and everything to impose and think that you're better than a man for this. You have a degree, great. I encourage that you have a degree. I encourage that you get any kind of degree, but don't think because you're degree that you're better than a man or that you're better than this. Use your degree to use it to what you need to do. Have a property. Have a house as a woman. I'm proud of you having a house. Any man should not be basically ashamed or afraid because a woman has a house. Good for her, she has a house. Good for her.
Yeah.
So I don't understand the whole point of having 20-minute discussion because a guy has a problem with the house. No, I don't have that problem. And not all men are like that, Timus. I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have is a lot of women use their degree to think that they're superior than men, and that's where I have a problem. That's where I have a problem.
So you don't have a problem with women owning their home?
No, good for you. If you have your home and you work hard for it, you got the degree, you went to get the mortgage, you did what you got to do, you got a house. Who am I to tell you got a problem with this? You work hard, it's your home. You should be proud of it.
Yeah, what do you say to men who have a problem with women having their home?
That's on them. That has nothing to do with the woman. That's them being insecure. Why should you have a problem with that? If she worked hard, yeah, that's the guy being insecure. That has nothing to do with the woman. That has everything to do with you as a man. If she has a house, repeat what you said.
You think that's his ego and pride?
Yes, it's insecurity. It's just pride and everything. And I don't understand why would you bring pride. It's her house. She worked for it. She did the hard work. She went to get the money. She did the mortgage. She did whatever she needed to get the house. Why are you not happy for her that she has a house? Why? Please.
You see how that could be a problem for people who are not happy with her having a home, how that could be a problem for the community.
Yeah, that's a guy being insecure. That's men being insecure, and I don't understand why a lot of guys are insecure with this. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be insecure. She did what she needs to do. She has a house. And you as a man, you can get a house. Get a house if you want to. That's it.
Period.
I'm like, you know, if I'm looking, for example, like you have a great show. I'm not gonna be starting being jealous. Oh my God, Timus has a great show, and then I'm mad against you. You work hard for your show. If I want to get a good show like you, I learn from somebody who has a good show and learn from. Hey, Timus has a good show. Let me learn from him to get get maybe his family show. That's a good show. I'm not gonna be jealous because you got a good show. You work for it. You deserve it. It's like
Period.
it's like those women. They deserve the house. They work for it. Nobody gave them the house.
But if I
Please.
start brag, but I shouldn't brag about it, right? No one should brag.
Yes, you shouldn't brag about it. You should be like, look, I have a house. Okay, cool. I'm happy for you. You know, I would tell the woman, I'm proud of you that you got a house, but don't start putting yourself above a man for this. A man should basically be happy for you. I'm happy. Like I said, my ex-girlfriend had a house. I had a house. We had no problem with that shit. I'm not insecure because a woman has a house. Come on.
Do men put themselves above women when they are the ones that own homes and have educations?
Wait,
Do
what?
you
Go
find
ahead.
that as well?
Wait, repeat that. Me, not me. Go
Just
ahead.
Stan was mentioning how the problem, sort of, uh, you know, women who have accomplishments seem to lord it over, for lack of a better term, over men. But I was wondering if he thinks that men who have educations and homes, do they also lord it over women? And how does he feel about that?
Stan, you're muted, Stan.
Sorry, I don't think a man should basically lower the for a woman that he has a degree. If you have a degree, good for you. You work for it and everything. You got a degree, but you shouldn't impose a degree that you think that degree doesn't mean a lot of things. There's many people who have degree who are stupid, and there's people who doesn't have as much degree or the smartest people in this world. Sorry, you know.
I agree, but it's just interesting because I only ever hear it coming up with women doing it to men, not men doing it to women.
Well, if you're telling me that some men are doing it to women, it's wrong. Period. Too. I just hear a lot of women doing that. Say, "Oh, I got a degree. I'm better than men." No, you're not. Sorry, you have a degree. I'm happy for you. You have a degree.
Wait,
Okay.
wait.
Isn't
How
that the
did we
high
get
value man
Stan?
premise?
No, see, no, Stan. How did we get to degrees? We're not at degrees. We're only at homes. Because I'm not about. I like the vibe you have towards Orange Pill. We're not about to mess that up by you bringing up degrees and pissing me off. So no. Continue talking about homes.
I don't know why he had a problem with that, penis. That's a man being insecure. Like I said, if a woman has it, she deserves it. She worked hard of it. Stop being jealous for that. If you have a problem with that as a man, then you need to look at you as a man. Say, man, I don't like my girlfriend has a house. Okay, go see your girlfriend and say, look, I would love to have a house for me too, and maybe she could get some advice and some subjects she could tell you to do, so you could get a better credit score and things like that. Or maybe she knows tricks that you don't know.
Period.
Period. And that's not putting yourself down as a man. That's just being wise and saying, you know what? It would be like me going to you, Timus, like, man, Timus, I want to do a radio show. You are more expert than me. I'm not gonna fucking not listen to you. You know more
All
than
right,
me.
you brought up a show twice. Do you want to start? Are you starting your own YouTube channel? I can promote it
No,
here.
no, no. I'm listening to things and everything. I may be thinking about it, but definitely you are one of the people. If I would ever do that, that would take advice, because I appreciate what you do in your show. But I'm thinking about many things. But
All
that
right.
that's but I'm just giving you as an example. I'm saying those men. A lot of men are insecure, and I don't think men should be insecure because a woman has a house. I don't understand where this disconnect came in.
So if Stan create his show, we're gonna be promoting it over here because I'm sure these women would love to listen to you talk, Stan, about things. What would your show be about?
I think it would be more about relationships, like you said, like the typical show like you. It would be like the question about the relationships to have a stronger foundation between black men and black women. And
Oh, you should give advice to women about how to build relationships.
no, I
And
think I think women knows it. Women just it's very simple. Just bring your feminine side, be nice. I don't think I don't think there's so much things that you need to do as a woman and everything. It's just there's a way that a woman could talk to a man that
wait,
could there's a
wait, Stan. The chat is lying. They're lying. They're absolutely lying. I know that all of them would be over there in a minute because I feel like you would give them. You said they should come fit, feminine, and friendly. What did you say?
no, I think there's a way a woman could be feminine. There's a way a woman could talk to a man and make her point and everything that a man can listen. I truly believe in the philosophy. To become a great man, you need to be with a great woman. A great one alone doesn't exist in this world. I don't believe in that case. If you become a great man, not far from her, from this great man, there's a great woman that's helped him in a certain way, advise him in a certain way to become that great man.
This caveat of humility that women must always come with is kind of what I was a little bit alluding to earlier.
How should the woman come? What is a great woman, Stan? Let us know.
No, a great woman is a person that believes in herself and everything. She could be strong but without being with the, I guess, masculine energy. She could be feminine. She could make her point in everything. She doesn't try to put her down, but she makes her point in everything. She advises her man in everything. She maybe sometimes you would say cuddle her man and everything, but she doesn't do it to anybody. She has a heart and she's nurturing to her man and everything. She's caring to her man and everything. She knows how to treat a man. She knows what to say and everything. And if she has a point to make, she knows how to make her point and everything without basically being aggressive and everything, but still making a point.
So should men with homes also be this humble towards their women?
Yes, if a man has a great woman and everything, which is if you have a great woman and everything, and she has a problem and everything, it's your duty as a man to protect her. It's your duty as a man to listen to her problem. And it's your duty as a man to ask her, do you want me to listen or do you want me to resolve it? Because sometimes women don't want you to resolve her issue. She just wants you to listen to her issue and basically be at her side and everything. And she wants to resolve it on her own. I learned that from my ex.
Yeah, okay, but that's not actually the same thing as humility, but thank you.
Stan, Stan, can you tell us what makes a great man now? So
yeah, a great man is a person who's a protector. A great man is a person who's a provider. A great man is a person who's able to listen to a woman. A great man is not somebody who's gonna be insecure because if a woman makes a point. A great man is a person he's supposed to be the rock of the relationship. He's supposed to be the founder, the strong thing of the relationship. He's supposed to be the one that basically the woman looks up and said, no matter what happened, if there's, I don't know, somebody in the house, he's going to go downstairs and protect the family. He's going to be the rock of the foundation. He's going to be the one that's going to look at the woman and say, okay, we got a problem. I will find a solution. We will work together. I will find some way to resolve this. Basically, to be the rock, to be the rock of the family. So she knows she can count on him. She knows that he's the foundation. He's the rock. He's the solid person. He's the person that you know when you have an issue and everything, girlfriend, whatever, that he's able to listen and able basically, like I said, to listen to you or to try to resolve your issue and everything without putting you down and everything. And you could be proud of him.
All right, so and everything, when it comes to the man and the woman, you figured it out. So when you start your podcast, I will definitely be over there listening to how you tell men and women they should be. I think that you might have, well, let me not say that, but I think you might say things.
Well, I've learned some stuff from you. Some stuff I had to be more humble. I'm sorry. Yeah, I learned some stuff from you. I'm sorry. I have no problem.
I reject
I have no
that.
problem, TS, to tell you when you're right about stuff. I don't have any insecurity. When you're right, you're right. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Sorry, you do. Sorry, I don't have that problem. I don't. Sorry, I don't have that problem. When you were right, you were right. Sorry. That's it.
But can we not tell people that you learn from me though?
I have. I'm not gonna say I didn't. I did. I've learned some stuff from you. There's some stuff that there's some conversations. I've listened to many of your show, Timus, and I've listened to many of your shows, and I didn't come in. I just want to listen how you interact with the women, how you interact with the men, how you made a point about it, and I was like, okay, you make a good point and everything. Just what you did with the house. I agree 100%. Sorry.
Wait, no, wait. I need to verify. What did you learn from me?
Just the way that you interact with the last conversation about the house thing and everything. Basically, that you said it doesn't make any sense. Why is a man completely basically insecure because a woman decides to have a house? She has the right to have a house and everything. And basically, like you said, that basically you're saying to women to not have a life, to basically be completely dependent to a man and everything. Don't get a degree, don't get a house, no. If you want to get a degree, yes, get a degree and everything, get a house and work on it and everything, but don't change your feminine side and everything. But don't be diesel and I have no degree, I have no college, I have no home and everything, and the man's gonna come in and no.
Actually, if that I'm assuming you learned that tonight because that just happened. If that's actually what you learned, then I don't mind that. That is a good lesson. I thought you were talking about submissive and stuff for women, but the last part, I'm here for that.
No, I'm talking about tonight. I'm talking about what I learned from you, what you just did and everything. So no, I'm talking about tonight. I think and I felt a little bit down when you basically said that you're ashamed. You shouldn't be ashamed for men, Timus. You have no reason. There are some men who are insecure in this world. You know that. So sorry.
Those men. Tell me about those men are insecure. Period.
Yeah, they're insecure. Like I told you, if you have a problem because your woman has a degree and your woman has a house and you're being insecure, that's on you. That has nothing to do with your woman. That's on you. That's
interesting. You just said it's insecure if you're mad about your woman having a degree. Period.
Yes.
Come through, Stan.
If your woman has a degree and you are insecure about this and everything, because until the woman basically is being herself and not putting the degree in your face, saying I'm better than you in this, but let's say she's just being normal, she has a degree, she work on it hard and everything, and you as a man has a problem with that, that's on you. Because she has nothing to do with that's basically your mind or something, your spirit that's telling you you're not doing what you need to do. Maybe you need to go get a degree on something.
Oh, maybe you need to go get. All right.
Facts on facts.
On that note, we're gonna end it. Period. If Stan, know that I'm going to be harder on you than any other man who comes on. Because if you can come to that conclusion tonight and do that which you need to do tonight, I'm going to expect you to show up every single night when I'm on and you are on, giving this kind of energy. I will accept no other kind of energy from you.
I have no problem with that. I have no problem. Like I said, until the woman is not taking her degree to basically think she's better than you, but let's say the woman gets a degree and you have a problem with that, that's not on the woman. That's on you. That's basically your spirit, or some people believe in spirits, your subconscious, whatever you could call it. That's basically saying, maybe I need to do something.
I'm convinced that we misunderstood Stan from the beginning, and he's always felt this way.
Maybe, you know.
Who knows?
No.
Right. Thank you, Stan, so much. I'm glad we ended on that note.
Thank you.
Me and LB, do you guys have anything to say?
No, I don't. We want to go ahead and leave on Stan's note. If you have a problem with your woman's degree, go get one. I love everything about that statement. Good night.
Good night. Bye.